My kids. You know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
A new WVU Heart and Vascular Institute is now open in Martinsburg, offering 10,000 square feet of clinic space with exam rooms, procedure rooms, diagnostic capabilities, and a dedicated patient entrance waiting area. At the WVU Heart and Vascular Institute, our board-certified physicians are performing groundbreaking procedures using cutting-edge techniques to provide world-class healthcare close to home. Visit the expanded WVU HVI Clinic on the Berkeley Medical Center campus, a department of Berkeley Medical Center.
It's time for the Norwalk Soapbox Derby. This year's Soapbox Derby is brought to you by Bucky's LTD Auto Body, the Hornby Media Group, the Berkeley County Youth Fair Association, B&S Hauling, Chick-fil-A, Domino's, DM Bowman Inc., Duncan's Custom Farming, First Energy Foundation, Main Street Martinsburg, the Norwalk Antique Car Club, Sheets, Sunset Water Services, Trophies Plus and Custom Apparel, and Virginia Riggers. Now let's go live in downtown Martinsburg and experience the thrill of the hill.
Just make a few remarks. Thank you. I'll get out of your way real quick here.
Good morning from downtown Martinsburg, as it's a beautiful morning and we are set for another Norwalk Soapbox Derby brought to you by Bucky's LTD. I'm Colin McLaughlin for TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Alongside me is Nick Verzolini, and our cameraman slash on-site producer too throughout, and we'll be rotating. Dylan Bishop back at the studio is Spencer Dupuis, as we're about half an hour away or so from the racing right now. The opening ceremonies are getting underway. So let's take a look here and explain some of the rules that will be in effect today, as for those who might be first time ever viewing this Soapbox Derby, Nick, it is not only double elimination for it. Typically there's 3 divisions. This year there's only 2, stock, super stock as well, no masters division, and per race there are 2 heats in that race to decide a winner.
Right, the right lane is going to be a little bit faster than the left lane, so they give you 2 heats, and then whoever has the best overall time is declared the winner of each round. And then there is a challenger's bracket and a winner's bracket, and it continues through there. So it's going to be a long event, but it should be fun to watch the thrill of the hill here in downtown Martinsburg. You can feel the intensity in the air, Colin, as we get ready for this.
Last year it was a very wet and rainy day. This year, beautiful, sunny, blue skies. A great day for racing down the hill in downtown Martinsburg. So if you're out and about, come on down this morning all the way into the afternoon. You can experience it in person if you want to. Cheer on the kids. And speaking of that, let's take a look now at the brackets, starting with those involved in the stock division. You have Adeline Staley, who has a bye, so she'll go on later in that next round to take on Jermaine Rodriguez. In round 1, Erilyn Pritz will go up against Ryder Montgomery. Winner of that will go against Kaylee Martin. Emma Hess has a bye in round 1, so she will in round 2 take on Ariana Sheely. Bentley Brown and Courtney Martin will go up against each other in the stock division in round 1, and then Kaylin Chrisman will face the winner of that. It looks like we have somebody ready to go for an interview here quickly, so we can see which one wants to go first and bring them over and have them introduce themselves once they are set up. So once you are ready, just introduce yourself for us.
Hi, I'm Bailey Olack, and I'm 11th grader at Martinsburg High School.
Alrighty, so are you racing this year, or are you?
I am racing this year. I'm racing in the Super Stock division. this is my 7th year racing.
All right, just tell us a little bit about yourself, what got you into racing and what you've enjoyed for the past 7 years.
So actually Trey got me into racing 7 years ago, and his grandparents are actually my next door neighbors, and they're like, you should get into it. And I was like, this is not really my thing. I'm more of a soccer player and love to do pageants, so racing is just not my thing. And he's like, just try it. So they got me a car and got me all set up, and 7 years later, I'm still racing.
So what are some of the things that go into the Soapbox Derby in terms of preparing for this event, and then some tips for people when you're racing?
Definitely running down the hill a few times with your car. That's not this hill, obviously, because it's busy, but like hills in your neighborhood, or just like practicing like rolling down the street and like stopping your brake and using your steering wheel. Definitely putting your car together and knowing how to work it is really important. Racing down the hill, I think, is the best important thing I have to tell everyone is once you get past the finish line, slam on your brake. Like, even if you see someone coming to help you, just stay on your brake until they get to your car. Because I had a green car and I totally lost control of it and hit a tree, and it was a mess. It was great.
How much time and effort goes into building a stock car?
I actually haven't built one myself, but I've watched a ton of YouTube videos to try to make mine good and like polish it up a little bit, but it takes a while to put it all together and get the parts that are needed.
What are some things that make the car better than maybe another one?
Definitely putting work into it and like shining the axles and working with the wheels a little more and running it a little more so it's not so rusty once you run it down the first time.
Alrighty, today you get to start round 1 against Kenzie Edwards. What are you most excited for, I guess, today with everybody in your racing?
I'm just excited to run down the hill, actually. One of my favorite parts about racing is the ride back in the truck when they take you around the trailer and you just get to talk to the people that you race, and they're like, oh, you beat me, or oh, I won that one, and they're just so excited. It's an awesome thing to watch them.
You mentioned earlier that you've raced for 7 years now. Have you won yet?
Actually, I haven't. I actually haven't, yeah. I love racing.
So what would it be like if this was finally your year to win?
Well, if I won, I guess I'd win, but I would go to Akron, Ohio, and race down with the All-American Derby with everyone.
All right, Bailey, thank you and best of luck.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Time.
Thank you.
Have you switch now and see who's coming up next, and once you are ready, just introduce yourself for us.
Hi, my name is Delaney Cedars. I'm going to be a sophomore at Hedgesville High School.
Are you racing this year?
I'm not racing this year. I'm actually a 3-time winner,
Okay.
so I can't race anymore.
So you've aged out because of winning the 3 times. So just tell us, I guess, in those experiences, what worked for you, and I guess some tips that you're giving today's racers.
Listen to the people at the top of the hill. They really do know what they're doing. Definitely trying not to hit like all the manholes in the road, and just listen to the people, because lots of people think that they know how to race, but then it doesn't really work out in their favor.
So you've gone on to compete in Akron for the championship. What's that been like, and just what have you seen compared to racing here versus there, I guess?
It is a great experience. I've met so many people. There's people from all around the world. There's people from New Zealand there, and you just get so many new friends while you're there, and the track is phenomenal. It's 3 lanes. It's like just for it. It's not on the road, and it's like perfect.
So I guess what are some differences that you have to do to control your car on this hill compared to Akron?
In Akron, it's honestly about how well your car is, because all 3 lanes are the exact same. They're all flat, and there's no like bumps in the road or anything. Like you just have to go straight down the hill.
What's your favorite memory here?
Oh man, my first year I raced, I won in 2017, and actually the girl that got interviewed before me, we ended up being in the finals together, and I beat her coming out of the losers bracket.
So obviously you can't compete today, but what are you looking forward to about today's race?
Honestly, just seeing how excited all the kids get, because it's so like heartwarming, I guess, whenever they come up the hill and are so excited about how fun it was to race down the hill.
So my memory, I think, serves me to where we've seen some kids use older cars that former racers used to use. So I guess my question would be, is there anybody today maybe using one of the cars that you have used?
Again, the girl that raced before, or
Okay.
got interviewed before me, is using the car that I won with in Superstock.
So what are some things I guess you kind of told her about your car to make sure that she knows to do, I guess?
Well, I definitely told her to take good care of it because I really like that car. And I told her, honestly, it's about the hill and how you race it. But I just told her to not steer so much because the more you steer, the slower you are. And, yeah.
All right, you got anything else, Nick?
I don't think so.
All right, thank you for your time. Appreciate it. We'll step aside, take a 3-minute break, and on the other side of that break, we will get into the Super Stock Division bracket. You are tuned into the Norwalk Soapbox Derby on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else, and there's the ring. Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
Whether it's a strain, sprain, or fracture, WVU Medicine Orthopedics and Sports Medicine in Charlestown and Spring Mills now offers same-day appointments. No referral is needed unless required by your insurance carrier. WVU Medicine Orthopedics and Sports Medicine offers the exceptional care you expect for the injuries you don't. For same-day appointments at WVU Medicine Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, call 304-725-BONE.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
You've been in an accident. Why won't the insurance company pay? Because they're trying to save money at your expense. Call Mansion Ferretti for your free consultation. We have the experience to deal with the insurance company and get you the compensation you deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
When you've been in a wreck, you're hurting, you're confused, the insurance company's calling you.
Insurance companies are not your friend. They have a duty to their shareholders, not to you. That's why you need to call us to make sure that you are maximizing what you are entitled to.
We've recovered over $100 million for our clients. Every case is different, no result is guaranteed. But one thing's for sure, we'll treat you like family.
At Carter Myers Automotive, what we do today will tomorrow become what we've done. That's why Owners Just Do More no longer defines us. Our work is never done because what we live by doesn't have a finish line. We care. Our company of owners is moving lives forward every day by finding more ways to care before, during, and after your purchase. Because when you're happy, so are we. Carter Myers Automotive. Proud to be the owners who just care more.
Welcome back to downtown Martinsburg, West Virginia for the 2023 Norwalk Soapbox Derby. I'm Colin McLaughlin. Alongside me is Nick Verzolini as we're getting closer to the start of today's races. Let's now take a look at the Super Stock Division as we have 16 racers in this division. Jaden Shade will have a bye, so they'll automatically go into round 2. And round 1, Josie Hess will go up against Gabrielle Hess. Caden Blair will face off against Brantley Smith. Benny Chrisman is against Nicholas Masters. Balin Rodriguez will go up against Hank the Tank Plunkert. Abby Hopkins will face off against Kylie Hoop. Bailey Olack will be against Kenzie Edwards. And Cedric Walker will go against Haley Pleasance. Again, it is double elimination, which means if you do lose, you still have a shot in the challenger bracket, Nick, to advance all the way to that championship. So you're guaranteed at least 4 times getting to go down the thrill of the hill and potentially find yourself in Akron later this year.
I'm looking at this bracket, Colin. I mean, this is the super stock division, and we have some interesting matchups here. You got Hess versus Hess in round 1. You got Hank the Tank, obviously. A guy we remember from last year. Hoop, there it is back out here as well. So, this should be good. And, of course, we just talked to Bailey Olack, who is racing with a car that's already ran one before, and obviously she has a close friend there that is helping her out. So she could be the favorite here today. I mean, I don't know. It's really just depends on how you ride, but I mean, I think it should be interesting how this goes down. So, super stock division's looking good. Stock division looks good as well. There's another Hess. We got Emma Hess. So I mean, I think
the Hess Dynasty. I believe you said that there's 8 Hesses. Total? I think only 3 racing today, but yeah, and you got to remember that right lane for those watching, though. It will be the left lane on the cameras is a faster lane, which is why you have the 2 heats per matchup so that they can fairly calculate times, and the one with the largest margin in case they do split, the outcome of the winners will advance in that winner's bracket, and the loser again goes to the challengers bracket side. Waiting to see if we're going to have an official or not come over so that we can talk to them potentially and learn about kind of what they look for. I don't know if they were too camera shy or not, but we're still waiting on the opening ceremonies to take place with the Boy Scout troop coming and presenting the colors to do the Pledge of Allegiance as well before we get started around 8 o'clock for the Super Stock and Stock Division.
Yeah, I wonder what leads to, I guess, you getting a bye is a question I would have for, because we have a few buys in here.
Yeah, that's one thing that
how you
if
earn
we
the
could get
bye
an official
or
to come over is how the brackets are set up. Are they randomly selected for the matchups?
Grade?
Is it based on grade? Because there is a wide range, especially in this Super Stock Division. I believe I saw from 5th grade all the way to, I think, 10th, maybe even 11th grade racing today. So it's a wide range. You got 7th grader is Caden Blair. Kenzie Edwards is in 6th grade. Josie Hess is in 8th grade. Gabby Hess is in 10th grade. Kylie Hoops in 5th grade. Abby Hopkins is in 10th grade. Nick Masters is in 8th grade. Bailey Olack's the 11th grader. Haley Pleasance is in 10th grade. Balin Rodriguez is in 8th grade. Brantley Smith's in 7th grade. And Cedric Walker's in 6th grade.
Right, so
very wide range.
From doing this in the past that it has to do super stock, and then there's a Masters division, but we don't have anybody competing in that today. It has to do with how many years you've been racing, I believe. But I can't remember exactly what the cutoff is for each division.
If you've won the last division, you have to automatically go into that next division as
and
well.
Apparently you can only win 3 times. We learned that today. So, definitely an interesting event. Hopefully we can discuss with somebody that knows all the rules and everything and all the ins and outs of what goes into this, some of those things. But, overall, Colin, just looking forward to, seeing, the young people in this community go out there and, have some fun. And even though it's not necessarily an athletic event, but it is kind of a sport and it highlights some different people that do some different things than what we normally are covering, whether it be baseball, softball, football, basketball. This is something a little bit different that we get to cover, and it's definitely, a unique and interesting event. So would definitely like to talk to somebody about how the bracket gets decided and some of the rules behind some things. But we're all just looking forward to just having some fun and a good time.
So let's thank the sponsors here for the Soapbox Derby. Bucky's LTD Auto Body, Virginia Riggers, the Norwalk Antique Car Club, Sheets, the Berkeley County Youth Fair Association, First Energy Foundation, B&S Hauling, Main Street Martinsburg, Sunset Water Services, Chick-fil-A, the Hornby Media Group, Domino's, DM Bowman Inc., Trophies Plus and Custom Apparel, and lastly Duncan's Custom Farming. We'll step aside, take another 3-minute break as a few more friends and family put their seats down on the thrill of the hill. And again, a 3-minute break, and then we'll be back for closer to the start of the Soapbox Derby on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Join us this summer for the thrill of American Legion Baseball on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. The Berkeley Post 14 Hornets are the premier team in the area, and you don't want to miss 1 second of the action. The next pitch to Baden Hartman is cracked out to deep left field. That ball is going, gone! A 3-run homer! The Hornets begin their season on June 3rd. We'll have coverage all the way through the area tournament, July 18th through the 22nd at P.O. Faulkner Park.
On the Sports Mix, you'll hear interviews with prestigious guests.
Since you had that reunion, do you have a favorite memory from that season or maybe a funny story you'd like to share with our audience?
John Madden, the late great John Madden, came out to our practice on like Thursday. He turned to those guys and he said, this game ain't going to be close. These guys are going to kill Buffalo.
Tune into the Sports Mix, weekdays from 12 to 1 on Talk Radio WRNR, FM 106.5, AM 740, TV 10, and streaming live on the TV 10 Facebook page.
There's a local family moving in our territory.
What do you want from me?
Taste it. It's really good.
We'll go to the mattresses.
It's not personal. It's strictly business. Leave the guns. Take the pizza.
Rocks, now serving hot, fresh pizza to die for.
Ow, that really hurt.
Locust Hill Golf Course invites you to historic Charlestown, West Virginia for 18 holes of phenomenal golf. We're just an hour drive from the Baltimore-D.C. Beltway, 1/2 hour from Winchester and Leesburg, Virginia, as well as Hagerstown and Frederick, Maryland. Each tee offers challenges across the 35 acres of lakes, ponds, and streams, which come into play on 11 holes. The Blue Ridge Mountains also provide a breathtaking backdrop to Locust Hill. Schedule your tee time today at www.locusthillgolfcourse.com or call 304-728-7300. That's 304-728-7300.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
Martinsburg for the Norwalk Soapbox Derby. I'm Colin McLaughlin. Alongside me is Nick Verzolini, as well as Dylan Bishop on site. We'll be rotating throughout the morning and into the afternoon. Back at the studio is Spencer Dupuis, where hopefully only a few short minutes away from the opening ceremony, as well as the races beginning for the Super Stock and Stock Division today. Again, no Masters Division this year for the Soapbox Derby.
No, there is no Masters Division, but we do have Nicholas Masters going at it today in the Super Stock Division, so, there is a Master out there.
That is true. There is a Master, but no Masters Division. As breakdown a little bit more, taking a look at each bracket. We gave you both earlier, but wanted to talk a little bit about some of the kids in the Stock Division, Nick.
Yeah, looking at the Stock Division, it should be pretty interesting to see how these racers do. I believe Jermaine Rodriguez returns from last year, from what I can remember. Maybe Bentley Brown, but not a super certain about anybody else. Ryder Montgomery, I believe, was racing last year, but we'll talk more about this later. It looks like Brown's been racing for 4 years, so there you go. But should be good division, Colin, when we get into it, whenever that does start, and just kind of waiting here for these opening ceremonies.
Yeah, we were told that it was supposed to begin around 7:15, but still have had a good amount of people kind of trying to file in a little bit more as we get ready. I know they had breakfast from Chick-fil-A for the kids, and should be fun. I hope eventually Mike will come bring us food too, as he always does, Nick, but I believe the Boy Scout troop up there. It's kind of hard to tell from our angle if the opening ceremonies are getting closer or not, as I still think they have to make sure that the timing mechanism from start to finish is also working. We remember last year that was a little bit of a issue along with the weather, but with better weather today, hopefully that helps out with no water going towards the sensors for the time, and that everything's working.
Yeah, it is a nice day to race, so that's a good thing. I know last year we had obviously a lot of rain during and before the race, so that led to the track being a little bit wet. That is not the case today. It is a dry day, so shouldn't have any issues with that. And it looks like they're either racing now or this is a practice run.
I didn't hear any
I'm guessing this is a test run
announcement, so I think it should just be a test run, but it looks like the track's smooth going today, yeah, as you can hear them going down. And I mean, if the racers are like that today, I think today's going to be smooth, not sailing, but racing.
Yeah, I'm guessing that was a practice run. I hope it was, at least, because we don't know then who was racing or any of that. So, no, it sounded like an official race.
I don't know. That was an official race, so I guess we are started. So, not sure who it was, but
Emma Hess.
So it was the
Abby is the
Hess is going. So
okay.
Thank you to Dylan Bishop for helping us out there. So you said Gabby Hess won?
Yes.
So we are in the super stock division. So Gabby Hess wins the first round between them, as they will go a second time around once they go back to the top of the hill. And if they're going in order, next should be Keaton Blair and Brantley Smith. So I'll tell you who's on the ramps. Oh, okay. Thank you. As we now have a walkie-talkie so that we can hear who's on the ramps. So we wait for them to get set. Just never saw that the opening ceremonies were ready, so we didn't realize that it was time.
Yeah,
But
hey,
I mean,
we
were
on it
early, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it was early necessarily, but I thought there'd be some sort of announcement. But
yeah. I don't know. So everything's working down here, it says, and it looks like we have the next two racers coming down the hill. As again, it should be Keaton Blair and Brantley Smith going up against one another. So we get ready for them to come to the finish line, and we'll see which side goes. From that angle, it looked like it was about neck and neck to me, as we see a around the Panhandle stock car this year.
Yeah. So that's cool to see. So it sounded like Caden Blair won that one?
Yep, Caden Blair, I believe, won by 0.48 or 0.48, so that one was neck and neck.
So this will be Chrisman versus Masters. Chrisman in lane 1, Masters in lane 2, Colin.
Yep. That walkie-talkie is a lot of help. Appreciate that.
Well, I didn't hear the announcement on
giving
that
that
one,
to us.
on the last one either, but I did hear it on that one. So.
Well, it looks like they might be going in order of top to bottom as of right now.
That makes sense. So, we can read, I believe.
I've tried to.
Ryder Montgomery, you need to swap your wheels. Ryder Montgomery.
Well, I think everybody heard that loud and clear, so Ryder Montgomery needs to swap his wheels right now. If you want to follow along, by the way, there you go.
Yeah.
Even though nothing's kind of been set in stone, but for the super stock, you have Gabrielle Hess.
She didn't win yet, so.
But they still won the first as the other two riders come down the hill now. We'll take a look at the finish line, and it looks like, at least from my angle, that Lane 1 was the winner in this one. Now we have a Panhandle Printing and Design stock car against the B&S Hauling, which is one of today's sponsors. 039 Benny Chrisman wins against Nicholas Masters. So next it should be Balin Rodriguez against Hank the Tank Plunkett.
That's a matchup right there, Colin.
It is.
And we'll see who comes out on top. Does the Tank like the nickname of Hank the Tank? Does he know that's his nickname?
I think we asked him last year, and I think he actually had it on his paper that it was Hank the Tank.
Well, there you go. So I thought I came up with that all on my own, but whoever came up with that.
Trying to find his biography again for this year, unless we didn't get one. I don't see his.
Yeah, it seems like we might be missing a few.
I think only a certain amount of kids did it. I mean, there were 20 of them that were sent, and we appreciate Brittany Huffman sending those over, as well as the brackets to us, helping us out so that we can try to give you some information about all the kids, as now we have Balin Rodriguez and Hank Plunkett coming down the hill. And there they go, right by our first camera. Looks like right now it's neck and neck. They come to that finish line in the Tiki. It looked like for me, for Hank the Tank Plunkett in the Freaky Tiki car, might have got that win.
He certainly had a good break, which is key. You want to break when you come across the finish line.
My angle must have been bad.
Yeah, I thought maybe Rodriguez had sneaked in there, but I was going with you, Colin, because I thought you've been out here before.
Must have been the colors that fooled me.
Yeah, I thought Rodriguez might have got that, so he did get the win there.
I did not hear the time, though.
As maybe Plunkett might have braked a little early there, since I said he had a pretty good stop, but maybe it was too early, potentially.
So far, everybody's had a smooth break, and
yeah,
that's what you like to see for the safety of the kids.
We don't have any crashes or anything like that.
So now we have Abby Hopkins and Kylie Hoop, excuse me. So it will be Hopkins on that camera in the right lane, Hoop in the left lane as they come racing down the hill. Nick was wanting to try it this year, right?
No, not really, but Kylie Hoop, her favorite thing about racing is having the air. When she's feeling the heat, she looks up to her mom the most, and apparently she's funny.
She's funny. Well, maybe we have to see if we can get some stand-up comedy on the air later on.
Well, just because you're funny doesn't mean you're a stand-up comedian.
And Abby Hopkins takes the win now. So everybody in this first lane this morning getting the win. So an unusual start, as typically it's that our left lane.
Unless it is the right lane looking this way and not the right lane from the top of the hill.
If I remember correctly, it was always that, but maybe not. I don't know.
Not how it played out so far, though.
Go in that our left lane was Gabrielle Hess. So now it's Bailey Olack against Kenzie Edwards. And we heard from Miss Olack earlier. 7 years of racing.
Looking to get her first win here, and she's I believe, the oldest racer we have out here today. So, but Kenzie, she goes to Hedgesville Middle School. And Bailey goes to Martinsburg High School. So, the rivalry is already there.
That is true.
But, Kenzie wants to be a famous softball pitcher and graphic designer. She wants to do both.
Interesting.
So, and apparently she carried her all-star team this year.
That is what we saw, yeah.
To the championship in a softball game.
Looks like we might have a little bit of a delay down at the bottom of the hill.
She didn't carry this year's team, I'm guessing, because I'm guessing 8, 9, 10 is your age. So she carried her 8, 9, 10 team when she was that age.
Yeah.
To the championship. Came up short.
Does it say that they came up short? It was. Just
it says 2, so it doesn't say win.
That is a fair point. Trying to see if we can see at the top of the hill if the racers are set or not, as we get a helicopter fly over here for the.
Yeah, that was scheduled.
A little behind schedule.
Yeah. I'm just kidding.
I knew the joke.
But Bailey Olack, she is in 11th grade. She goes to Martinsburg High School. She's been racing for 7 years, as we mentioned. She wants to attend Johns Hopkins University. Should have asked her about this. She wants to obtain her doctorate in I can't speak. I can't read that.
It looks like we might be going.
Optometry? Is that how you pronounce that?
Interesting. Caden Blair and Brantley Smith are going up again now for their second race.
Well, let's see.
So, already doing a little switch around on us.
Yeah, they'll do that from time to time, but
guess the other racers just weren't ready yet, maybe? Got to get the nerves out, the stretches in, the wheels greased.
See who we have going up here?
Caden Blair and Brantley Smith, as Caden Blair won the first time around.
Let's see if we can find any information about those
in lane 1, so he'll be in lane 2, and Brantley Smith will be in lane 1. Caden Blair goes to Rocky Knoll. He's in 7th grade. He's been racing for 4 years now. His favorite thing about racing is to go fast and win.
Yeah, he's like Ricky Bobby.
Yep, and when he grows up, he wants to be a John Deere farmer. The people he looks up to is his dad and his granddad. And yes, the fun fact about him is that he's a Ricky Bobby Jr. And he races... I don't know if I can say that.
Small cars.
Small cars. Gotta be politically correct.
You
trying to get me in trouble, Caden Blair.
Brantley Smith, he is in 7th grade and goes to Musselman Middle School. Also likes to go fast. Also looks up to his dad.
And here they come down the hill.
Plays wiffle ball and Little League baseball. So we might see him this summer.
Let's take a look at the finish line. Here we go. Here we go, Nick. That was your cue, not their cue.
Well, I was trying to navigate all these papers.
I know, there are a lot of papers. I apologize.
I thought you were going to hit the button to change
I thought that was your job.
Technically it is, but I've been doing this because I've been trying to look at people.
Just like them. It's their first races. It's our first few races here this year.
This is my first.
It's your
time
first
here.
time here, yeah. You liked it so far?
Yeah. Seen some good stuff. I don't know who officially won that one.
Yeah, I'm waiting to hear the official ruling. As we said earlier, Caden Blair took the first heat.
I think he might have took that one as well, but it was close. Yeah, he did.
So Caden Blair won both. Caden Blair moves on. Brantley Smith is in the third. So he will move over to the challengers bracket, and he will go up against the challenger of Abby Hopkins and Kylie Hoop. So now we have Balin Rodriguez and Hank the Tank Plunkert going up against each other again.
Yeah, Balin won the first one, so we'll see if he'll take down the Tank here once again.
I was hoping that if he designed his car, because I think he had the Freaky Tiki car last year too.
Mm-hmm.
If one year, if he makes his own car, to actually make it look like a tank.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Why don't you design one for him?
I've never designed one. Have you?
Can't say I have.
Because that would be lying.
Exactly. If I'm being honest, my first experience with this type of event was when we did this last year.
Yeah, and here they come down the hill. So again, this time, it's Balin Rodriguez on the left, Hank the Tank Plunkert on the right. Let's both come down the hill. Let's take a look at the finish line.
That one, I believe Hank the Tank might have won that one.
It was very, very close, and if he does, will it be enough for the time differential to advance him into the winners?
All right, so looks like Rodriguez won.
Yep, it does look like, or sound like for us, that Balin Rodriguez. So Balin Rodriguez will advance. Hank Plunkert will go to the challengers bracket.
All right, so now we got Masters versus Chrisman round 2, I believe. It's a little bit interesting how they did this.
Benny Chrisman won the first time around in lane 1. He's now in lane 2. Nicholas Masters will swap lanes.
I don't know if maybe somebody's car wasn't ready to go yet, or what.
I don't know, but here they come down the hill.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can hear them a little bit, potentially, hopefully. Have our sound going.
Big lead there, it looks like.
Yeah, that looked like it was Benny that won, and
tire's still spinning.
Yeah. And we'll have the Hesses again. So. Got some jokesters on our walkie-talkie for those that might hear it.
Yeah, Gabby, the 10th grader, she goes to the Martinsburg Christian Academy. She wants to be a teacher. Looks up to her dad. And she had mentioned, yeah, she's the oldest of 8 children, and she likes to play volleyball as well.
So Benny Chrisman will advance into the winners bracket. So in round 2, Benny Chrisman will go against Caden Blair. And in the challengers bracket goes Nicholas Masters. And in that challengers bracket, he will face Hank the Tank Plunkert. And now we will have Gabby Hess in lane 1 and Josie Hess in lane 2.
Hess Bowl.
Yep, the Hess Bowl. The Hess Battle. The Hess Heat.
There you go.
Looks like the racers are set and just waiting for the green light before they can go.
I believe both Gabby and Josie wanted to be teachers, so that's kind of cool.
And here they go. Starting down the hill. So can get ready to see him come by our first camera. Well, it looks like a huge lead there on the lane 2 for our yellow car coming down. And that was a big win for Josie.
Yeah. I mean, she pretty much had it from start to finish, so.
Which means they split, so it's going to come down to the time differential.
But
which, looking at that race, that means that Josie has come back to advance.
Wow. That's big, Colin.
Mm-hmm.
You know, rivalry there in the Hess family, you think?
I don't know. Ask them if they walk by, unless they go into the truck. You see some kids that decide to walk back up the hill, others that will ride back up with their cars.
What would you be?
Depends on my mood that day.
If you won, what are you doing?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not that far of a walk.
It's not, but save your energy.
Depends on how hot it is, probably.
Yeah.
Or just...
So, Josie Hess advances in the winner's bracket. She'll take on Jaden Shade, who had the bye. Gabby Hess will now go over to the challengers bracket. Which hopefully I'm doing correctly.
I'm sure we'll figure it out as it goes, but...
Now we have two other racers coming down. Did you, by chance, hear who it is?
I didn't hear names.
I thought it was maybe Hopkins and Hoop, but not 100%.
I think our near lane won.
Yeah, it looked like that to me.
Winner of that phase was lane 1, Bailey Olack at point.
Oh, that was Olack and Edwards.
So
Bailey Olack wins that one.
Olack takes the first. That was their first heat, so we'll see if heat 2 ends up being the same. But you know, we talked to Bailey earlier. She wants to be an eye doctor, so that's pretty cool. You want to be a doctor, Colin? Dr. McLaughlin? Sports doctor is what you wanted to be. You're not even listening to what I'm saying.
No.
I said Bailey wants to be an eye doctor.
Ah.
Should have asked her about that when we interviewed her.
Yeah. Here come two other racers down the hill.
Take our far side, won that one, so.
Which is what you typically see in the morning, as we mentioned earlier, that lane 2 is typically the faster lane, but.
Yeah.
So that was Haley Pleasance and Cedric Walker, so Haley Pleasance wins the first one. And now we'll have Kylie Hoop in lane 1 and Abby Hopkins in lane 2.
Hopkins versus Hoop here.
Thank you. Now racing their second phase in lane 1 is Kylie Hoop and lane 2 is Abby Hopkins.
So Hopkins won the first time around. And the winner of these two will go against Balin Rodriguez. The challenger will then go on to the challenger's bracket against Brantley Smith. Now looks like they are started at the top of the hill.
Let's see if the lanes hold up to be the difference in this race. Looks pretty close here, about halfway down.
Looks like the near lane for us got that win, which I believe was Hoop this time.
Yes, I believe it would have been her in the near lane. So I think that will advance her, betting on the time.
Winner of that phase was lane 1, Kylie Hoop, by 0.620 seconds. She will advance, and Abby will move to the challenger bracket.
So Kylie Hoop wins on the time differential, and you can see her taking her victory jog up the hill, giving some high fives to those cheering her on. So Kylie Hoop wins, and Abby Hopkins will now go to the challengers bracket against Brantley Smith. So, round 1, we still have Bailey Olack against Kenzie Edwards for one more race, and Haley Pleasance and Cedric Walker as well in the super stock division.
A little bit of a delay here.
So with a bye in the first heat for Jaden Shade, that means the challenger in that 8th spot would get a bye on the challenger side, right?
I'm not certain on that.
Looks like that's how it should be to me.
I guess somebody has to.
Because they were supposed to face the challenger between Jaden Shade and nobody.
Right, yeah.
If that's how the bracket's set up, it looks like. So.
I'll just have to wait and see, Colin.
Huh?
But so far, had some close races, had some big wins as well, so. So this is Olack and Edwards round 2.
Yep, it will be Edwards this time in lane 1, Olack in lane 2. And again, it was Olack winning the first time.
Yeah, so if she's able to take the second race here and advance in the winner's bracket. Edwards, as we mentioned, goes to Hedgesville Middle School. Olack is also going to be competing in Miss West Virginia Teenager Division. Miss Teen West Virginia. So, maybe we'll see her at the youth fair or something.
Maybe.
Miss Youth Fair.
Yeah. Waiting to see if they're set or not up at the hill. I thought I saw a few cars moving in and out, so.
Can't really tell, if I'm being honest.
A little tough with the way the sun's hitting up there.
Looks
for
like
our
they're getting the
camera.
cars out now. Or no, I think they're in there. Yeah, they're in there. Cars. So I don't know what the delay is. It's going to be a nice day, though, Colin. Feeling that sun on our backs.
I know, it is a nice feel compared to last year, as it looks like the racers are coming down one very close to those cones in the near lane, maybe trying to see how just the way this hill kind of has its bumps and turns, but really hugging that side now, trying to go towards the middle.
Yeah, looks like Olack won that one. I believe.
Yeah, I believe you're correct in that outside lane in the blue Allstate car.
Winner of the second phase is lane 2, Bailey Olack by .587.
So, Bailey Olack wins again. Will advance in the winner's bracket. Mackenzie Edwards will go into the challenger's bracket and will be against Gabby Hess.
So lane 2 is the far lane, which is kind of confusing if you're watching at home.
Now racing our first phase
Lane 1
in lane 1
is the one closest to us.
Yes.
and lane 2 is Vinnie Chrisman.
So instead of going left to right, we went right to left for some reason. But I guess up there it's left to right?
Yep.
So I guess that makes sense.
So now it should be Cedric Walker and Haley Pleasance. Right now it looks like the first lane has a huge advantage coming down that hill. Unless that was...
Winner of that phase in lane 1 is Caden Blair by 1.008 seconds.
That was Caden Blair.
Well, he said he likes to go fast, Colin. And he just did.
And Benny Chrisman, so they went into round 2 of the super stock.
Just kind of got to go with the flow in this thing.
So
Yeah,
now it's Jaden Shade and Josie Hess.
And Shade. Had that bye.
Yep.
Well rested.
So yeah, Shade will race for the first time.
Do you think the bye affects you at all?
No.
No. Good.
Can't let it.
Is it an advantage? I guess technically, yeah.
Technically, yeah, because you're automatically in the second round now.
But you haven't raced yet today.
That is true, so you don't know
That's
the feel for the hill.
Right.
The thrill.
Thrill of the hill. Well, you know it's a thrill. You know that heading in. But you don't know how thrilling it will be for you, specifically.
Yeah. Do we have anything for Jaden Shade?
I don't believe so, but I've gone through these papers a lot.
I had it in alphabetical order for you.
Well, I didn't keep it in alphabetical order. But I don't remember seeing that name on the list.
Okay. It looked like it was Jaden Shade getting the win. In the Midway self-storage car.
Winner of phase 1 was Jaden Shade in lane 1 by
So,
0.823.
the bye did not affect them.
It did not. Well, it did potentially. It affected them in terms of they proved they earned the bye.
That could be, yeah. Still don't know how you earn it, but
you just do.
Yeah.
Is there like a qualifying for this? I don't believe there is.
I don't think there is.
So, I don't know.
Yeah, not too sure. We tried to get an official, but nobody was willing to talk, as most officials aren't in
That's
any
true, yeah.
athletic event.
I don't blame them.
They already have it tough enough.
Yeah,
Is that
everybody
what you're
gets
saying?
mad at the officials all the time.
Nobody's mad today.
Not yet.
Huh?
Till little Johnny loses
There are
by
no
0.01
Johnnies.
seconds. And then somebody will get mad.
There's no Johnnies, though.
It is
You have a Jermaine?
Jermaine's not going to lose.
Ooh. Prediction coming early from Nick Verzoni.
Does he have a bye?
He does have a bye.
He's not losing in the first round. That's my prediction.
it would be his round 1. It's kind of weird in that stock division because he advances to the second round. However, Adeline Staley has a bye in that round 1, who automatically advances to then take on Jermaine Rodriguez in round 2.
So they're both, yeah, that is weird. I don't
That
know
is
why
weird.
they set it up like that.
I don't know. We didn't get to ask.
Yeah, well, again, don't blame them. But
they knew the questions
we
going
got Walker
in. That's
coming.
why, and they didn't have the answer potentially either. So,
well, Colin, you once said you don't ask questions.
I did say
things
that.
you don't know the answer to. And here you are asking a lot of questions
that I don't know the answer to.
Yeah, a great man once said. We got Walker racing. I don't remember.
Cedric Walker and Haley Pleasance.
Okay. I think I had something
to
about
finish round 1. Pleasance won the first time.
I had something about her, so let me see if I can find that.
It should be Pleasance in the first lane, so for those tuned in, that's that right lane looking up the hill. Cedric Walker should be in the left lane once they get started.
All right. So Pleasance, she goes to Spring Mills High School. She's in 10th grade. She's played soccer for 10 years. A lot of soccer players in this.
Yeah.
I believe somebody else was a soccer player.
I believe Bailey said that she was a soccer player when she was on earlier.
Her boyfriend Bryce is helping her today.
It's nice of him.
Yeah. And she enjoys the adrenaline rush when you're about to race down the hill.
Well, here they go, racing down the hill.
Getting that adrenaline.
Looks like right now they're neck and neck.
Yeah, pretty close. Slight lead, I think, in lane 2. And I think lane 1 came in and stole it there at the last second.
We'll wait for the official announcement.
I think Pleasance took it.
Winner of that phase was Haley Pleasant.
You're correct.
By .295. Haley will advance. Cedric will move to the challengers bracket.
Yeah, it was. I guess I should have said lane 1. I think I said lane 2. But our near side lane there, she took it. I think Walker had the lead early, and then she came in there at the last little stretch there to win it. So.
Moving into our challengers bracket in lane 1.
So Cedric Walker goes to the challengers bracket. And now we move on to the challengers bracket, and it's Brantley Smith against Abby Hopkins.
Brantley wants to be an operating engineer.
He likes playing wiffle ball.
Yeah, I mentioned he played Little League earlier,
Yeah.
but I left out the wiffle ball just for you, Colin.
He's in 7th grade, so maybe we'll see him on the
That's what I said.
field, yeah.
And we did have stuff about Cedric Walker. He loves Jeopardy. That's cool.
Wonder if one day we'll see him on Jeopardy.
Yeah. And he plays basketball and swims. But talk about him later, right?
Yep, Brantley Smith and Abby Hopkins now racing down the hill. It looks like it was Abby Hopkins.
Yeah.
In that outside lane getting the win.
Good win for her.
Winner of that phase in lane 2 is Abby with .378.
By .378, Abby Hopkins takes the first of the 2 heats in this challengers bracket.
So now we'll have Hoop again.
So we move back over to the winners' side. Kylie Hoop and Balin Rodriguez.
Back over to the championship bracket, now racing in lane 1.
All right.
Balin Rodriguez, and
So-
in lane 2, Kylie Hoop.
Balin wants to become a professional YouTuber and help the homeless.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And he's in karate. Also plays video games. So.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I always wanted to be a YouTuber too, but
felt like that
never really
kind
started
of was,
up
yeah,
that dream.
It's really exploded. We were before our time for that. Dylan was a YouTuber as a kid.
I believe it. Yeah.
Yeah. Him and his cousin
There's
Chris.
probably some hidden videos out there. He's now a podcaster.
Maybe later we'll show you those videos.
And
I can find them.
Cameraman and a play-by-play color analyst. Man of many
They come down the
talents
hill?
is Dylan Bishop is what we're trying to say.
And they're at the finish line. Oh, looks like Balin won.
Yeah. Do all the kids have their name on there?
Not all.
Some of them.
There are some, which makes it a lot easier.
It's true, yeah, in case you forget who's in what lane. But also, I think it's pretty cool. I think I would want my name on my car.
So Balin Rodriguez wins the first race against Kylie Hoop. And Hoop again. You see some people run back up the hill, others walk over to the
Yeah, they were
car.
just telling us in the some they want to run, some they want to ride in the
I
truck.
mean, you just have so much adrenaline from the thrill of the hill racing down that you need to use all that energy to run back up.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know.
Because
I
your
don't know if
blood's
I'd
still
run
pumping.
back up there. I'd probably take a
I don't
nice
know.
stroll.
She's got a nice jog going.
Yeah, no, she is. See her in the marathon here pretty soon.
Yeah. Does Martinsburg have a marathon?
They should.
They should. The Martinsburg Marathon? Do you run it, Nick?
No.
Walk it?
No.
You cheer people on? Hand out water?
I would not participate, probably.
Now racing in lane
We'd probably be out there actually covering it if it was a thing.
So now it's Caden Blair and Benny Chrisman again, it looks like, as Caden Blair won the first time. And he should be in that outside lane, if I'm correct, in that. It looked like he might have had the edge. It was very tough to tell. And see, you hear one racer say they don't like the truck, so that's why they run up the hill.
Hey, do whatever makes you happy in life.
Yeah.
That's what I always say.
So I think Caden Blair won again.
Yep.
So
won
Caden
the
advances.
Overall, so
into round 3 on the winner's side.
winner of that phase was Benny Chrisman by .02.
yeah, I thought maybe Ben won that one, but it was close. But the overall, there Blair still wins because he won by over a second in the first one.
That's 4. Okay, there we go. So Benny Chrisman advances. I was trying to find where to advance him. So Benny Chrisman now goes over to the challengers bracket. Will take on the winner between Kenzie Edwards and Gabby Hess.
There you go. It's getting intense here, Colin. It's starting to pick up as we get into the later rounds. Crowd has built a little bit. Still not a huge crowd, but
I'd say Caden Blair's had the most impressive day so far. 4-0.
yeah, that's not a bad start.
Yeah.
Seen some good stuff from some other racers as well, but he's had a lot of races already too, so that helps.
He's had the most.
Well,
4.
If you have 4 and you win all 4, that's a good start.
Yeah.
If I've ever seen one. Did you happen to hear who we have in this round?
Nope. Ah, so there's another reason why some kids don't want to go into the truck is because it's taking too long.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you gotta get. But the thing is, you can't race without your car.
That's true.
So no matter how long they take, getting up there faster isn't really gonna make a difference. Right?
Get some water though, maybe. Talk with your friends at the top of the hill
Yeah,
that
maybe-
are already up there.
Maybe I mean
Strategize.
I'm sure- yeah, that's-
amongst one another, saying, "Hey, what are you feeling on the track?"
Well,
What
you
am
don't
I
want to
feeling on the
strategize
track?
because you're competing, Colin.
I mean, unless
There's
you
only
don't
can
until
be
the
one
championship
thriller
has-
of the hiller. That's not a word.
That's
but
not at all.
Can only be one champ, is what I'm trying to say.
So that was Ryder Montgomery. Where's Ryder?
He should be in this stock division.
So we switched over now.
Yep, I thought maybe because I didn't remember seeing those cars before.
Yeah, so Erlen Pritz wins against Ryder Montgomery in that round. Did you hear what they just said?
Now racing in lane 1.
Here we go.
Bentley Brown, and in lane 2, Courtney Martin.
So we're in the stock division now. It's Bentley Brown and Courtney Martin.
But Pritz winning, and in their free time they like to watch TikTok.
A lot of people do.
Yeah, probably more than we should be, but they've been racing for 3 years. And in 6th grade as well.
So, Bentley Brown's in lane 1, that's the right side. Courtney Martin will be in lane 2 on the left side.
Ryder's only in 1st grade. Probably our youngest competitor, or at least one of our younger competitors.
Yeah, one of, if not the youngest.
He wants to be an electrician.
Gene's in the area. Gene now racing down the hill alongside the 2 racers, and for me it looked like Courtney won that one.
Yeah,
on the outside.
She did. So.
Winner of that phase in lane 2,
Oh.
Courtney Martin by
Yep.
.242.
I went back to Ryder's bio.
Okay.
And it said a fun fact about me is he's always carrying. Don't know what he's carrying then, but I'm guessing Fortnite.
It says caring.
Caring. Oh.
Not carrying. He's always caring. He's a caring person.
I was hoping it was carrying because somebody else mentioned that they
carried their softball championship.
So I had that in my
team.
head,
Yep.
and it's early still for me.
Yeah. No, that's caring.
Yeah, you're right. There's no Y there.
And there's no second R.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, but carrying. It was funny in my head if they just wrote I was always carrying, like they're just always carrying in Fortnite.
Yeah. We can ask him later maybe if he plays Fortnite and if he can carry you.
I don't want to play with a 1st grader.
What if they're good?
I just wouldn't feel comfortable.
Hey, a win's a win. You have 2 racers coming down the hill looking to win now.
That's true, yeah. They are looking to do that, Colin. Slight lead here in the near side, it looks like.
Yep. In the Bodalicious car, it was Josie getting the win. Which I think we went back over to the
super stock.
Super stock division, so. Oh, was Josie Hess getting the win?
Yes.
Which means they split, so it'll come down to time differential, so waiting to hear who it is.
Winner of that heat in lane 1 is Josie by .609. Overall winner of the heat is Jaden Shade.
Jaden Shade
Josie will move to the challenge.
wins overall in time differential. So Jaden Shade now advances to go against Caden Blair. And we'll have Gabby Hess and Kenzie Edwards now in the challengers bracket take place. Josie Hess moves to the challengers bracket. And we'll face the winner of Hank Plunkert and Nick Masters. Now we have Edwards and Hess in their first of 2 races as they come down the hill. Should be Edwards on the right side, Hess on the left side. At least I thought I saw him coming down the hill. Maybe I was just looking at some feet.
They're coming.
Here they are, yep. I lost them for a second in the shade.
Looks like a lead in lane 2, slightly, but it's getting closer.
Yep, as the 2 racers coming down, we'll take a look at the finish line.
Lane
Looks
1.
like lane 1. Kenzie Edwards had the win.
Yeah, it was pretty close, but lane 1 coming in with Edwards there at the last moment to jump ahead. Looked like to me, at least. So
Edwards wins that matchup. Now got some bracket confusion, it looks like, on
maybe some
the official time. I'm doing my best to follow along. I think I'm correct. So
I don't know if they were confused with the bracket or who officially is winning right now. I don't know.
I think the announcer had one bracket trying to double check with the official bracket. There's a lot of brackets.
Yeah.
A lot of people trying to follow
Fill
along.
out your brackets.
I'm trying to follow along. She's
Go
trying to
to
follow along. She's trying to follow along. She's trying to follow along.
MarchMadnessLive.com.
Yeah. So, while we wait, take a review quickly as the Super Stock Division in round 1, Jaden Shade got the bye, so advancing. Josie Hess defeated Gabrielle Hess. Caden Blair beat Brantley Smith. Benny Chrisman beat Nicholas Masters. Balin Rodriguez beat Hank Plunkert. Kylie Hoop beat Abby Hopkins. Bailey Olack beat Kenzie Edwards. And Haley Pleasance beat Cedric Walker. And then in round 2 on the winner's side, we've had Jaden Shade beat Josie Hess, and Caden Blair beat Benny Chrisman.
In lane 1, phase 1, we have Hank Plunkert and Nicholas Masters.
So now
Lane 2.
Hank Plunkert and Nick Masters going against each other for the first of 2 heats in the Challengers bracket. Winner will take on Josie Hess.
Think Nick Masters has any relation to Chris Masters?
Ask him.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Hopefully it would be in his fun facts.
We're already at the finish line, getting ready for the view, I guess.
Sorry.
Here we go. That looked like
the tank.
The tank and Hank Plunkert taking that one on the near side in the Freaky Tiki car.
It seemed like he had a little bit better control over his car that time.
He wins by 6:05. So now we have Kylie Hoop against Balin Rodriguez.
Racing phase 2 in lane 1 is Kylie Hoop.
Kylie Hoop will be in lane 1. Lane 2, Balin Rodriguez. Balin Rodriguez won the first time down the hill.
Yeah, he's had a good day. He's 4-0, right?
No, he's trying to become 4-0.
Well, I'm sorry.
With the win here.
I had him
He's
confused
3-0.
with Caden Blair. Is Caden 4-0? Yeah,
Yes, Caden's 4-0 so far. Balin is 3-0. Because he beat Hank twice and so far Kylie Hoop once.
Right.
And here they go down the hill. From this spot, it looks neck and neck to me. We'll get ready as they go to the finish line. It looks like it was the near lane taking the win.
Yeah, I think Hoop won that one.
Yeah, I think Hoop won that, but will it be by enough? It sounds like it was by enough, if I'm hearing correctly.
Phase in lane 1, Kylie Hoop by .561. Kylie will advance.
Well, Kylie Hoop comes back to advance.
Maybe you've got something going here, Colin, because as soon as Hoop wins, or even if she loses, she gets out of her car and she runs up the hill.
Yeah.
No hesitation.
No, it's that adrenaline I told
and
you
I
about.
think that might carry over into the stock car itself.
Yeah. So Rodriguez now goes to the challengers bracket, and he'll go against Cedric Walker. I hear Smith now?
Yes. Hopkins versus Smith.
Hopkins won the first time. So if Hopkins wins, Smith's eliminated for the day.
So you're racing for your stock car dreams right now. Come on. All on the line.
So it should be Hopkins in the right side lane, Smith in the left. And here they go. Down the hill. Well, it looks like the outside lane might have the edge right now, but that inside lane picking up speed. And at the finish line, ooh, that was close.
The near side winning that one, I believe.
I think I did too.
Which was
so it should be Hopkins winning.
Hopkins, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So good win there.
We'll wait for the official ruling before.
Winner of that phase in lane 1, Abby Hopkins by .09.
So Hopkins advances.
Abby will advance.
Hopkins will await the challenger from Bailey Olack and Haley Pleasance. So now we go back to the stock division, it sounds like, because I heard Erilyn Pritz and Ryder Montgomery again.
Moving over to our
very good.
In lane 1 for phase 2, we have Ryder Montgomery. In lane 2,
it's interesting how we keep going back and forth, back and forth. Some people haven't.
It's kind of interesting that the same two racers have raced in both the stock races, I believe.
Yeah, we've only seen Erilyn Pritz and Ryder Montgomery, and then Courtney Martin and Bentley Brown.
No, we did see them?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's also because Emma Hess and Adolyn Staley have
it
buys.
Makes sense
so
now that I'm looking at it. I thought we had only saw this race though twice now, not Bentley Brown and Courtney Martin. So that is Courtney won, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember now. It's all coming back to me, Colin.
Good.
But Pritz won the first one, so
yes, Pritz won the first one. They are on the left side. Montgomery should be on that right side lane. Coming down the hill now. Well, looks like that outside lane has the advantage, but we'll have to see if it holds on at the finish line or not. And it does. So Ryder Montgomery comes up short against
Pritz.
Erilyn Pritz. I almost said Haley because it looks like that's the name on the side of the car.
Well, somebody was named Haley at one time that drove that car, but not anymore.
So Pritz advances.
Phase 2 in lane 2, Erilyn Pritz by .514.
Could be a sibling, could be a friend.
Yep.
Ryder will move to the challengers bracket.
So Ryder Montgomery goes to the challengers bracket.
I think it'd be cool to make your own car.
Yeah.
Probably hard though.
Oh yeah. That on top of school. No?
Yeah, it's true. Because elementary school, you have no other time to do anything else.
Homework, sports, no.
Lane 1 is Courtney Martin. In lane 2,
Now we have Courtney Martin and Bentley Brown. As we mentioned earlier, Courtney Martin won the first heat. Martin will be on that right side lane. It should be Brown on the left side lane once they are started. And it looks like they are started. Green lights on, down the hill they come. Near side right and right down the middle, the outside kind of hugging towards the cones a little bit, but now easing its way towards the middle. And that's a big win for Bentley Brown.
Yeah, might be good enough to take the heat.
We'll have to wait for the official timing.
Winner of that phase in lane 2 was Bentley Brown by 1.027.
Brown won by 1.027 and moves on.
Will move to the challenger's bracket.
So yeah, that's why you do the 2 heats.
So Bentley Brown moves on in the winner's side. Will face Kaylin Chrisman. You have Emma Hess that will face Ariana Shealy. Erilyn Pritz against Kaylee Martin. And Adalyn Staley against Jermaine Rodriguez for the stock division in round 2. Courtney Martin moves over to the challenger side now. We'll have to wait a little bit before hearing her name called again. So, trying to see if we have a break or not. I don't know. Waiting to see if maybe we can pause for a quick break as we have, looks like, a little leaf blower going down, so.
I don't know. I don't think I see any cars set up, but.
So let's step aside, take at least a 1-minute break for now, and then we'll be back. You're tuned into the Norwalk Soapbox Derby on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Again, a 1-minute break.
A new WVU Heart and Vascular Institute is now open in Martinsburg, offering 10,000 square feet of clinic space with exam rooms, procedure rooms, diagnostic capabilities, and a dedicated patient entrance waiting area. At the WVU Heart and Vascular Institute, our board-certified physicians are performing groundbreaking procedures using cutting-edge techniques to provide world-class healthcare close to home. Visit the expanded WVU HVI Clinic on the Berkeley Medical Center campus, a department of Berkeley Medical Center.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value Brand.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Welcome back to downtown Martinsburg, West Virginia for the 2023 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby. As we'll thank our sponsors again: Bucky's LTD Auto Body, Virginia Riggers, Norwalk Antique Car Club, Sheets, Berkeley County Youth Fair Association, First Energy Foundation, B&S Hauling, Main Street Martinsburg, Sunset Water Services, Chick-fil-A, the Hornby Media Group, Domino's, DM Bowman Inc., Trophies Plus and Custom Apparel, and lastly, Duncan's Custom Farming. Colin McLaughlin for TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Alongside me, it's Nick Verzolini. Dylan Bishop's running the camera right now, but we'll switch around later on into the day. Back at the studio is Spencer Dupuis. About an hour into this so far, so good.
Yeah, currently taking some time to, I guess, clean the track off a little bit. But it's kind of funny, Colin. You decided to read the sponsors at the exact same time the PA decided to read the sponsors. It's almost like you were doing starting lineups at the baseball game.
Trying to race them.
Yeah, you beat them, though, by the way. So congratulations. You won Heat 1. We'll see if you take Heat 2.
then advance. If not, they have to come on the air for once.
Oh, well, that kind of came off as a
That
little
didn't come
harsh.
off for him, but we'll get them next time.
Yeah. They don't have to do anything.
That's
They
true.
don't want to.
It sounds like we're getting ready to go back. Bailey Olack and Haley Pleasance.
Here we go. This is their first time going at it, I believe.
I believe you are correct, yes.
Here in the winners bracket, so
In lane 1, Bailey Olack. In lane 2,
see what goes down here.
So Olack should be in lane 1, Pleasance in lane 2. It looks like they are started.
Yeah. Looks like a good lead for Pleasance here early on. Yeah, Pleasance is cruising right now. I think she took it, so.
I think you're correct. Wait for the official ruling.
Phase 1 in lane 2, Haley Pleasance by .224.
So
But if-
Pleasance wins by .224.
But I mean, really the key, because if you can keep it pretty close, it's pretty hard to win in lane 1. It seems like so. You know, if you're almost guaranteed to win in lane 2, if you can keep it pretty close in lane 1, then you just need to win big when you get over to lane 2.
So now we head over into the Super Stock Challengers bracket between Gabby Hess and Kenzie Edwards. Kenzie Edwards won the first race, so Gabby Hess trying to come back so that she's not eliminated.
Right. I mean, you got a lot of Hesses out here.
That is true. I
So you
believe
gotta
3
represent.
out of the 8 Hesses.
At least.
At least.
More
they're
on the way.
Potentially all be in attendance. Not sure about that one, Nick.
Yeah, I don't know. But, yeah, I would presume they're all here probably, but I don't, because...
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Might have other events going on. When you have 8 kids, that's a lot.
So we wait for him to cross towards the finish line. Looks like that outside lane and Kenzie Edwards got the win. So Edwards will move on in the challengers bracket against Benny Chrisman.
There's 2 Chrismans, too.
Yeah.
Got Kaylin Chrisman as well. So this seems to be really a family kind of event. Like a lot of people, if your sibling is involved, you're involved.
So now we have Hank the Tank Plunkert and Nick Masters again in the challengers bracket for Super Stock. Hank the Tank won the first time. And so if he wins again, he'll advance to go against Josie Hess.
Now racing phase 2 in lane 1, Nicholas Masters, and in lane 2, Hank Plunkert.
Well, the Tank now is in the more favorable lane and was able to win lane the first race, so that certainly gives you an advantage heading into the second heat. But I mean, you never know what can happen. And so far, knock on wood, Colin, if we have any, we haven't seen any races had to be rerun.
Yeah, no races having to be rerun because of the timing.
Or because of a car malfunction.
Yeah, all the brakes have worked.
So that's good to see.
And contribute that to the beautiful weather today.
Yeah, partially responsible and also well-crafted cars if
Yes.
you're not having any issues with your car.
And here the 2 racers come down the hill.
Looks like the Tank has the lead.
As they come charging towards the finish line now. And looks like Hank the Tank won.
Yeah.
So Hank the Tank Plunkard advances, and unfortunately for Nick Masters, his day's done.
Yeah, I mean, had some good races, but couldn't come out on top there. So you don't wear your shoes when you're doing this?
Some do, some don't.
Okay.
I've seen some have them on, others have either some flip-flops that they leave in their car to put back on, or some Crocs. But just depends on how you feel for.
Does it help
in
you
that
fit
car.
better in it?
I guess a little bit. I don't really know.
I don't know. These are all questions to ask officials.
Or ask the kids.
Or ask the kids.
It was a little bit too harsh
None of
on the
them
officials earlier.
I know.
You gotta be nice now.
Yeah. Can't be coming at them.
I'm sorry to the officials, even though they can't hear us.
Not everybody's comfortable speaking.
I know.
On the air.
Yeah.
And that's okay. But anyway, what I was going to say was none of the kids that we did talk to mentioned that being part of the strategy. So I don't think it would. It probably is like a comfort thing, I would presume.
Well, let's ask. Unless they walk by. I wasn't sure.
Get the
who that
next
was.
one.
I think that was Nick.
That was. I believe
so. Nick could ask Nick.
Could have, yeah. But maybe he goes by Nicholas. That is what his
That's true, yeah.
name on his thing is.
It does say that. I could
He
fit my
spells his
handwriting
name-
in, put Nick Masters.
He spells it differently than I do. I use the H. He uses a K. And it's Nicholas.
I think we're now over into the stock division.
In lane 1, we have Emma Hess. In lane 2, Ariana Sheely.
Yeah, we got Hess.
Emma Hess and Ariana Sheely, both racing for the first time as both had buys.
Yeah, don't really understand why you have a bye, but I guess it doesn't matter too much.
Well, when you have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kids, it's kind of tough to make a 10-person bracket.
Right, but they both had buys, so couldn't they
Yeah,
just technically been a first-round matchup?
Guess, but I don't know.
No, it doesn't really matter, right?
But here they go. Got a hot pink car and a kind of cream yellow. I don't know.
Well, the pink car won.
Yeah.
Oh, she didn't break, though. She crashed.
Ooh, hopefully Sheely's okay, as that's why the hay bales are there.
Yeah, if they weren't, that could have been really bad because the truck was going up the road.
Yeah, but looks like everything's okay. As we said, though, it's their first times down the hill.
Yeah, and who knows? She might have had a braking issue, for all
Yeah.
we know. But she won, so that's important. And what's most important is she's okay.
So let's see if we had any information about Sheely here or not. I don't see it, but oh, I got the super stock. That's why.
I got a little bit of everybody, I feel like.
Well, you don't know.
Somehow. Some way.
Looks like she's okay if
Should
she walks
Ariana
by.
Sheely?
Yeah.
There we go. She likes when everybody's cheering for her. She wants to be a nurse. She's funny, too.
She's also funny.
Yeah, I think maybe
What
she
I was
just
trying to
didn't
see is
realize where she was.
She's in 3rd grade, and I
This
think
is
it might be her first year racing.
Yeah. Or,
So.
or this is her 2nd year, and she's
I don't know.
raced for a year.
But
So
there she goes.
she did a good job, though.
Yeah. Had a good win, just got to make sure that they hit the brakes for safety once
she
they
go up against
cross
again?
that finish line sign.
Who'd she go up against?
Emma
again?
Hess.
Emma Hess.
Yep.
Well, we knew she's one of 8.
Yes.
And also we know that she's a soccer player.
A lot of soccer players.
And her favorite color is blue. And guess what she likes to do when she's not racing, girl? Play soccer.
Yeah.
But she also wants to be a soccer player.
There you go. Now we go back over to the super stock division to finally finish round 2 of that, as it's Bailey Olack and Haley Pleasance. Haley Pleasance won the first race between these two.
Yeah, I think it was relatively close. I think it was like 0.2 or so.
Yep.
So, see what happens here in the second race.
Got some kids all lined up down the hill cheering on. A few out of their houses wanting to watch.
Yeah, we got people walking their dog.
Beautiful day.
It is quite the day.
There's 2 racers coming down the track
Pretty close
now,
right
and
now.
yeah, it looks like it's neck and neck as they hit the finish line, and ooh, that was very, very
Pleasance.
close.
I think it was Pleasance.
We'll wait for the official announcement. I think you were correct by the nose, and
Winner of phase 2 in lane 1, Haley Pleasance.
it was Haley Pleasance.
Haley will advance.
So Haley Pleasance now 4-0 on the day.
Haley will move to the challenger bracket.
What a day.
Yeah. So now we go
Back
back
to
over
stock.
to the stock while I fill out my bracket. If you want to, it sounded like it was Pritz there.
Yeah, Pritz and Martin going at it. So.
Bailey Olack goes now to the challengers bracket against Abby Hopkins.
Lane 1, Erin Pritz. Lane 2,
Pritz goes to North Middle. She has a dog.
Wonder if that was her dog walking up the hill.
Don't believe so, but I wouldn't know. So.
So this is Pritz and Martin's. Well, it's Martin's first time racing today. It's their first matchup as Pritz was 2-0 against Ryder Montgomery.
This is Kaylee Martin. She's in 5th grade.
Yes, Kaylee Martin.
She likes to eat fried eggs when she's not racing. And fun fact about her eyes sometimes change color, and she loves cows.
I think those are the most unique facts that we've heard.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. There's been a few good ones.
Eyes change colors. Interesting.
Yeah, some people have that.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know
depending
many
on-
people that do, though.
My
Do you?
moms do that.
Cool. As the 2 racers come down the hill. And you can clearly tell, you're correct, Kaylee loves cows, as her stock car is just like a cow.
Might be Chick-fil-A sponsored.
Should be.
Almost looks like the Chick-fil-A cow on
Yeah,
the side there.
It does. But Erin Pritz wins by .646.
She's had a good day. 3-0, I believe.
So I believe
Walker
we now go
versus Rodriguez.
back to the Super Stock Challengers bracket. And it's Cedric Walker against Balin Rodriguez for the first time.
back to Super Stock, phase 1. In the challengers bracket, we have in lane 1, Cedric Walker.
So Walker will be in lane 1, which is the right side on the screen. Rodriguez on that left side. Somebody jinxing a early finish over there. Potentially.
I mean,
hoping that we get
so
out of here
far
by
it's
noon,
going
but yeah,
pretty
so far
smoothly, so-
everything is.
Presuming that holds up, we should be looking pretty good. But we'll just have to wait and see. And, I mean, this is an event, of course, about the kids. Colin,
Here we
about
go at the
thrill of
finish
hill.
line. It looks like Balin won that one.
Yeah, and what a break by Balin.
Yeah, that was a beautiful break.
Broke right as he crossed that finish line, just like you're supposed to.
He's had a good amount of those today. I believe.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, the first time I think you thought that maybe hit the brake a little too early. Was that him or was that somebody else?
Yeah. But good win there, and
I
this
think it was
always-
Hank against
and
Balin.
good sportsmanship here.
Yeah.
Two dabbing each other up.
I like friendships, right?
Yeah. I'm not anti-friendship.
just checking.
So
I think
you like the sportsmanship. being shown, and
we're back to the stock division now.
In lane 1, Bentley Brown. In lane 2, Kaylin Chrisman.
And it's Bentley Brown and Kaylin Chrisman in phase 1 of their 2 heats.
First time we've seen Chrisman here today. See if we got any info on them.
As we wait for them, I think, to get into their cars. So we take a look at that top of the hill in downtown Martinsburg. And here they go down the hill. Again, it's Bentley Brown on the right side, Kaylin Chrisman on that left side. Here they go across the finish line, and it looks like it was Bentley Brown with the win. By .355. That was Kaylin Chrisman's first race.
It was.
So, there we go.
Coaching.
Yep.
I don't think we had anything about either of them. But,
okay.
Good race there.
So we wait to hear who's next.
If you were to be a racer, Colin, what would you put on the side of your car?
Ooh, it's a tough question. I mean,
there's a lot of
if it was
options.
now, I guess I'd have to do TV10, right?
I'm saying, why would you race now? You're not eligible.
So as a kid?
Yeah.
Maybe do like WVO, blue and gold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like we saw one of those in the past.
I think we have seen one of those in the past. How about you?
I don't know.
Maybe like a football, like have the laces, or baseball.
Yeah, I could
Make
do
a
like
design
maybe
like
a little
that.
bit of everything.
Yeah.
Like football, basketball, baseball. I don't think I'd be one of the racing kids.
I don't know. It sounds
I
like
was never like really good at any of that kind of stuff.
yeah, Ariana Sheely and Emma Hess racing again in the stock division now. Sheely won the first time. They're making sure that she does break, as being reminded now, because
Right, yeah.
last time we had the close call there of going into the
Yeah, luckily it wasn't anything
hay bales.
too bad.
Yeah,
Because sometimes you crash into those and it's a lot worse. But she kind of seemed to slow down a little bit before she hit
well, it does
those.
help out that it kind of goes slightly uphill again over there. So-
Right. Yeah. And your goal is also, I think, maybe to hit the cone, too, if you can.
Yeah, the cone is there to kind of slow you down a little bit, too, before you go into the hay bales if you have to. But
I mean,
hopefully this time we just have a solid break, right? As they come down the hill against one another now.
At least she won.
She did win, and that's what matters to them. That's what matters to everybody.
Yeah, well, no.
Other than having fun.
Having fun
Having
is the
fun's-
most important
yeah.
thing. Colin, come on. It's not
But
all
that
about
doesn't mean
winning.
that the other thing doesn't matter. It just...
It matters.
Yeah.
But
well, let's see who wins this time. And there we go.
Well, she had a perfect break that time.
But did she hit it too early, potentially? As that was really close at the finish line.
It might be close enough that she wins anyway in terms of
could be.
total score. But it was pretty close, and I think we did see Emma win that one.
So Emma Hess won that one.
But I think she might have lost overall.
Yep. Ariana Sheely advances.
I'm telling you, Colin, walking up the hill gives you an advantage.
Yeah. So Hess goes to the challengers bracket. And we'll go against Ryder Montgomery later. So we stay in the stock division now. And we have Adeline Staley racing for the first time against Jermaine Rodriguez, who is also racing for the first time.
Staley's first race? This is in the stock, yeah, okay.
Yep, this is stock, so they both had buys.
Yeah, I believe Rodriguez raced last year. I think he had some issues with braking. So, see if that carries over.
Hopefully not. Hopefully it doesn't carry over is what I'm saying.
Right, yeah.
Couldn't remember if it was him or
I think
Bailey.
he was winning quite a bit, though.
Yeah, as they come racing down the hill now. Should be Staley on the right, Rodriguez on the left. They're neck and neck crossing the finish line.
Oh, almost had a crash. And then they did crash.
Yeah, both really going across that middle.
But I was right, because everybody was yelling for them to brake.
Yeah. But they should be okay, and hopefully the cars, when they kind of hit the wheels there, didn't mess each other up. We're getting a thumbs up, so everything should be good.
Yeah, they got kind of close to each other there. So it was a little bit concerning that we might have seen a crash, but luckily we didn't see any of that, and it was just a little nudge. They're going to have to rerun that race.
So our first rerun there.
Yeah, they were worried about their safety, it sounds like, which is...
Because neither broke when they were supposed to. And now they're checking to see if... So there's the other thing as well. If they cross that yellow line, there's supposed to be a disqualification, but you can't disqualify both if they both did it.
I don't think they... I mean...
That's what they're examining right now, though.
I thought they didn't cross until they already crossed the finish line. So
right.
I'm not certain that would matter too much.
So, let's continue with the action as Erilyn Pritz and Kaylee Martin, I believe, are at the top of the hill ready to go. It was Pritz that won the first time, but before they get started, I think they need to move this car out of the way.
Well,
so
they definitely do, because you
don't
want to get hit by one of these cars. So, we'll have a little bit of a break in the action, but it looks like they're getting it off now. And you have like 4 people over there, but or more than that, like 6, 7, 8 people over there, but only one person.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people over there.
Yeah, there are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 win team this year, Colin. But you have all those people, but only one person takes the thing off the road.
I don't know.
Must have been a meeting of the minds.
Yeah.
But then somebody eventually helped them take it off and onto the truck.
So it is official that they'll have to rerun because there was no time for them.
Right, yeah. Can't really declare a winner without a time.
Yeah, it was very close.
I mean, we had a winner, I think, but obviously for Heat 2, we won't know who won overall if we didn't have a time in Heat 1 unless the same person wins both races.
Yeah.
Which I can't remember who exactly won.
I
think it was Farside.
If Spencer has a replay, maybe you can go back and check that. But
I believe Farside won. So I believe it was Staley, if I had to guess. But it doesn't matter now.
No, Rodriguez was Farside.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
In the Sunset Water car.
Yeah, so give it to Jermaine then.
Yep, here.
But it doesn't
the
matter
next 2 racers go down the hill, Pritz and Martin, I believe. So... finish line.
That was really close.
I think that pink car might have had it.
It's very close, though.
It was.
But, yeah, I think...
So Pritz wins and advances.
Erilyn will continue to advance. Kayla will move to the challenger bracket.
Right.
So Erilyn Pritz will wait for the winner between Staley and Rodriguez. Martin goes to the challengers bracket.
That was one of the better runs that I've seen on this near side lane. Even though she came up without the win, Martin was pretty much neck and neck the entire time, which is tough to do.
Yeah.
With the advantage in the other lane.
We're screaming down here for you to hit your brakes.
So we get a reminder to hit your brakes.
As soon as we start yelling at you to hit those brakes, that you do so that we don't have any injuries, we don't have people hitting the straw bales, we don't have people crossing the lanes. So please listen for us to tell you to hit your brakes.
So we are in the stock division so far. Going on to round 3 has been Erilyn Pritz and Ariana Shealy.
Now racing in the challengers bracket of the super stock division. In lane 1, Abby Hopkins. In lane 2, Bailey Olack.
Yeah.
So now we go to the super stock division.
Back to the super stock.
I believe it is Bailey Olack and Abby Hopkins, if I can read my handwriting.
Yes, and this would be in the contenders bracket.
Yes, the challengers, contenders,
yes.
Whatever you want to call it. As the two racers coming down the hill, I believe it's Hopkins on the left, Olack on the right. Or no, the opposite.
Yes.
Hopkins on the right,
Olack's in the blue car.
Yes.
I think she won. And good brakes as well.
Yeah. So it sounds like lane 2 won, which should be Olack.
Winner of phase 1 in lane 2, Bailey Olack.
And that was phase 1, so they still have one more go around. She wins by 0.29, I believe, is what I just heard. As they now ask each other, are they going to run up together? So they're going to race each other back up the hill after racing each other down the hill.
No, it doesn't look like they're racing. It just looks like they're jogging a little bit, but I don't think it's a race necessarily. But you like to see that. You know? Good friendship there, obviously, because they're wanting to go up together or go in the truck together. And that's what it's all about, Colin.
Having fun, making friends.
Yep. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Because we're having fun, we're making friends.
So it sounds like we have Hank Plunkett now against Josie Hess in the challengers bracket of the super stock division.
Big matchup here.
Yeah.
Who won? Is this their first time?
This is their first face, it looks like, yes.
Should be a good race.
Yeah, that is their first race. We still have Kenzie Edwards and Benny Chrisman that needs the first race in the challengers side. You have Olack now with 1 win over Hopkins and Rodriguez with 1 win over Walker. That's all on the challenger side. Here they come down the hill.
Yep, they are going.
Yep, Plunkett on that right side. Hess on the left side.
You want to try to stay in the middle. It seems like Hess is having a little bit of an issue with that right now.
At the finish line. What do you think? Too close to call?
It was close, yeah.
I heard by 0.19. I did not hear who it was, though. 194.
Winner of phase 1 in lane 1, Hank Plunkett.
And it's Hank Plunkett winning by 0.194.
If you can win in lane 1, you feel good about your chances to advance.
So now we will have Balin Rodriguez and Cedric Walker for the second time.
Now racing phase 2 in lane 1, Balin Rodriguez versus lane 2, Cedric Walker.
And it was Rodriguez that got the first win. But Rodriguez was in that lane 2, which typically in the morning is that faster lane.
Did they explain why it's only in the morning it's the faster lane?
No.
Okay.
At least they might have in future or previous years, but I don't remember.
They might in future.
They might in the future, yeah, is I guess what I could have also said. Either works.
A lot of things could happen.
Just like combining. Could be flying cars.
Maybe if this carries into the afternoon, we'll see a difference, and then we can maybe explain why. It's a possibility.
Here they come down the hill. At the finish line. Very close.
Like Balin won that one.
It looked like it might have been, and if not, it might be a margin that wasn't too bad. Yeah.
Fix his padding after each race.
I have noticed that as well, yeah.
I feel like it'd be
but
hard
it sounds
to get
like
out
Balin
of
won.
things.
So.
Winner of phase 2 in lane 1, Balin Rodriguez.
Balin Rodriguez moves on now, and that unfortunately means that Cedric Walker has been eliminated.
He had a good day, though, at times.
Now we go back to the stock, and we have Kalen Chrisman and Bentley Brown. Bentley Brown won the first matchup.
Now racing phase 2 in the stock division. In lane 1, Kalen Chrisman. In lane 2, Bentley Brown.
So
they're off.
Brown on the right side, I believe, now.
They're very close to that.
Chrisman on the left side.
Cones there.
Yeah. They're really straightening it out now.
Yeah, it's getting close.
It was Bentley on the outside, I think.
Yeah.
Might have got the win again.
Certainly had the
Miss Chrisman.
momentum carrying them into a big, I guess, ride after their finish there. But
.174 was the margin of victory there. Just have not heard who it was yet. I believe it was Bentley Brown. So Bentley Brown advances in the winner's bracket. And Bentley Brown in that winner's bracket will go against Ariana Sheely later today. Kalen Chrisman now goes to the challengers bracket side. And we'll await the challenger between Rodriguez and Staley, it looks like. Or no, it looks like she actually would have a bye. My apologies.
By the way, Colin, Berkeley posted 14 in Morgantown today. They got a win last night.
Yes, they did.
8-5. So, senior team, that was. I think the junior team, though, is there as well. So, see how they do throughout the day.
Sounds like we got two racers coming down the hill now. I did not hear, though, who it is. Did you?
I did not hear the names clearly. So,
we'll have to wait once they come across the finish line who it is. That's Benjamin Chrisman, which I believe is the other division, right?
Yeah, Superstock division. Benny Chrisman and
Kenzie Edwards.
Yes.
So Kenzie Edwards wins Phase 1 by .212 between those two. So now we stay in the Superstock and have Bailey Olack and Abby Hopkins, as it was, I believe, Olack winning the first time. The winner of this will go against Balin Rodriguez. The loser will be eliminated.
It was pretty close. I think it was like by only .2 0.29. So we'll see if being in the opposite lane gives you enough advantage to make a comeback. But you got to win, obviously, by pretty significant margin to win it overall. So see how things play out here, Colin.
We take a look at the top of the hill, waiting for the green light, which it looks like is on. So yeah, they should be coming down the hill. And they are.
Early lead in that far lane. Looks like Olack having a little bit of issues picking up some momentum here.
It looks like that was Hopkins to me that got the win, so we'll have to see on the time differential who gets to advance and who unfortunately is eliminated.
Yeah, Olack had a good close to it, but I think overall, you're right, Colin. Looked like Hopkins got the win overall. So we'll see who is our racer advancing.
Just waiting to hear from the speaker who it is. And the microphone might be off, so gotta wait a little longer.
It's a cool looking microphone.
Yeah, it is. There it is.
In lane 2, Abby Hopkins by .134. Overall for the heat, Bailey will advance.
So there you go. If you couldn't hear it, even though Hopkins won, Bailey Olack wins on the time differential. Did not hear who was next.
Yeah, I didn't hear that clear enough to tell you.
Yeah, it kind of cut out when they were saying lane 2.
Back to
Sounds
stop.
like we're going to stop.
Phase 1 in lane 1, we have Ryder Montgomery, and in lane 2, Emma Hess.
So now we are in the challengers bracket of the stock division. It is Ryder Montgomery and Emma Hess. Ryder Montgomery in lane 1 on the right side, Emma Hess in lane 2 on the left side.
Bailey, pose with them. Let me get your picture. Yeah. Right here. Over there.
It's the two racers coming down the hill now. At the finish line, it's neck and neck between Emma and Ryder. It sounds like Ryder got the win.
Winner of phase 1 in lane 1, Ryder Montgomery by .309.
Ryder Montgomery gets the win by .039. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
So that one almost as close as it can get.
Yeah. So should be a really close heat there because he was racing in the slower lane. But like I said, don't really know. It just kind of depends on how well you drive it, I guess. Sometimes.
So now we go back to the super stock division. And it is the second race between Hank the Tank Plunkert and Josie Hess. As Hank Plunkert won the first time. So lane 1 is Josie Hess on that right side. And in the Freaky Tiki car is Hank Plunkert on the left side.
It looks like they're on their way down the hill, Colin.
And it does. Looks like both right down the middle as well.
Yeah, where you want to go.
It's neck and neck. Plunkert might have a big win and does, so Hank Plunkert advances. And Josie Hess is eliminated.
They both were able to break in time, so that's always good to see. And As we continue here, Colin.
Winner of phase 2 in lane
Yeah.
2, Heidi Plunker.
Everybody's starting to kind of separate themselves. We're getting into the later stages here of this race. I mean, obviously still got a lot of races left, but some people are getting eliminated, and some are, of course, advancing toward the final few people here. Found a master stock. Makes it a little bit easier to follow, I would imagine.
So now we're staying in super stock. However, switching over to the winner's bracket, it will be Kylie Hoop in right lane, lane 1. Haley Pleasance in lane 2 on the left side.
Phase 1 in lane 1, we have Kylie Hoop. In lane 2, Haley Pleasant.
Should be a good race.
Should. Haley Pleasance 4-0 today. Kylie Hoop 2-2, however, to advance. She's won on the time differential.
That's all that matters.
If I remember correctly, both were winning the second time as well, coming down that hill to win on the time differential.
Yeah, I believe you're right. Survive and advance.
Yeah.
Come on.
Two racers speeding down this hill. Looks like it was that outside lane, which should be Haley Pleasance, I believe, getting the win.
Yeah, I believe she won that one, so.
Winner of phase 1 in lane 2, Haley Pleasant.
So Haley Pleasance gets the win. She's now 5-0. However, as we mentioned earlier, Kylie Hoop has been able to come back and
that's very true, yeah.
get those wins in that second time by time
See,
differential. So
they
we'll have
can,
to see what
continue that.
breaks in the trends. So
We might not
the
see any
super stock.
break in the trend. We may see. Well, I guess we have to see one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now we continue in the winner's bracket of the super stock. Jaden Shade will be in lane 1 on the right side, and Caden Blair will be in lane 2 on the left side. As Caden Blair also 4-0, trying to go 5-0 in his races. So. Looks like the two racers have started coming down the hill. And Blair on the left, Shade on the right. We wait at the finish line. Caden Blair wins by .434.
Yeah, pretty solid win there.
Yep.
Anytime you're winning by almost half a second, it's a pretty good win.
Yeah, so now he's 5-0 in his races today.
Hey guys, can we take an intermission here soon? We are rolling through these, and we've got Kona Ice coming 10 to 12, and we've got Donuts coming at 11:45. So maybe if we could just run out like.
It sounds like we might take a intermission here soon. I don't know if it will be immediate or in a few minutes, because for those that want to come down, here's some reasons. At least one good reason is that Kona Ice will be here from 10 to 12, so you can stop by and get some Kona Ice. And I think the Domino's, however, was for the kids at 11:45, not for everybody.
Yeah,
But Kona Ice might be for everybody, so if you want some Kona Ice, come to downtown Martinsburg. So, but for now, I think we're going to continue to roll on through as we go to the challengers bracket of Super Stock. It is phase 2 between Kenzie Edwards and Benny Chrisman. I believe it was Benny Chrisman that won the first matchup between them.
You gonna pick up an ice, Colin?
I don't know.
Well, you tell him to viewers too.
That is true, I am. I mean, it's a nice day for some Kona ice.
Yeah. It's going to get warmer as the day goes on. So
2 racers, now down the hill they go. I believe it's Edwards on the left, Chrisman on the right now. Yes. They look to be neck and neck. I think it was Benny Chrisman with a win.
Yep.
Again to
Came
advance.
in there at the last few moments there to get the win, and was a pretty close race. But Chrisman, I think, took it there. So
Benny Chrisman defeats Kenzie Edwards, will advance. Kenzie Edwards will be eliminated. Benny Chrisman advances in the challengers bracket and will face Hank the Tank Plunkert later today.
That he will.
So for Super Stock, what's remaining is in the winner's side, Jaden Shade and Caden Blair. Caden Blair leads 1-0. And Kylie Hoop and Haley Pleasance. Haley Pleasance leads 1-0. We have not had any races for the remaining Super Stock challengers. Balin Rodriguez will go against Bailey Olack, and Hank Plunkert will be against Benny Chrisman. But we now go to the stock division first, and I believe have the redo between Adolin Staley and Jermaine Rodriguez, who had the issues earlier of braking.
Yes. So some excitement here guaranteed. Okay.
Everybody stay on their toes for this one.
Obviously, you hope everybody is fine, but the fact that they don't break traditionally is kind of exciting. I'm not going to lie.
I don't think looking for potential chaos amongst kids is a good thing, Nick.
I'm not rooting
you
for
do
anything.
you.
Just saying. As long as everybody's okay.
It keeps things interesting, is what you're saying. As
you never know.
They break. They did it. Success, and I believe success for Jermaine Rodriguez getting the win.
I mean, that was the most intense break yell we had all day. So, like,
well, there was a reason behind
there
that.
was something to look forward to at the very least, Colin. Not that the rest of it doesn't have anything to look forward to, but
Is his front tire touching the yellow line?
Uh-oh. We have a pause as Jermaine Rodriguez's front left tire is
see, now
on the
there's
yellow
controversy.
line.
I told you this would be the race of the decade.
Did it go over? It's on it, but it didn't go over.
Well, what's
so
the
now
rule
the
on
controversy. So we might have a pause to get another official down here. So we know that I thought what I heard earlier was that if it goes across, there's a disqualification.
Well, honestly, I don't know. But maybe Dylan could get us a shot here of the car on the line. You be the judge.
Yeah, we'll try to see if we can get it on TV here as...
Yeah, but you see that front tire there, right on that yellow line.
Yeah. But was it moved over is the question. Did he move it over while driving? Was it touched?
I don't believe so. When did it hit the yellow line is my other question, because this is after you've already completed the race. Does that still matter? I mean, once you go through the finish line?
I don't know.
You know, I mean, these are all things that I don't know the answer to, but they're moving it off. They took a photo of it and they're moving it off, Colin. So
we'll have to wait for the ruling.
Let me tell you, if Rodriguez is racing, there's controversy. He's either not going to hit his brake.
Yeah. They're out to get him.
Yeah,
I said
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Justice for Jermaine.
Yeah, this is unreal. I mean,
I don't know.
one time he does a break and the guy is...
He broke. He hit the brakes this time, too.
Yeah,
now
one
he might
time.
get punished
And he
for it.
didn't even crash.
He did
to
not
be fair.
crash, yeah.
Somebody else crashed earlier.
Yeah.
But Jermaine...
It was him.
No.
They
hit
collided
each other
a little bit.
But
you can't blame
he didn't
either
hit
one.
the hay, is what I'm saying.
That is true. He was not the one that hit the hay. That is
So,
a correct
you know,
statement.
Why is everybody anti-Jermaine is what I want to know.
Yeah.
I'm with Jermaine. I think he was clean.
I think so, too.
Give him the win if he won.
It did not cross, so Jermaine stays. Justice for Jermaine. He wins. He's not disqualified.
You know,
to the
everybody was out to get Tom
happiness of
Brady,
us.
too.
Yeah. Jermaine stays, as Jermaine now will take his victory jog up the hill. Go, Jermaine, go.
I'm with you, Colin. You know, I think there might have been.
So for phase 1, Jermaine will advance with the time.
Yeah, Jermaine gets the win there in phase 1.
Yep.
Well, he doesn't advance because
No, he does not advance. He just wins that phase. There's still a phase 2 to go.
The wind is picking up. Do you think
the wind is
has
picking
any
up,
impact
which
on
is
your stock car?
I mean, depending on the way the wind blows, I think it does.
Yeah.
I mean,
Could
that's
just
why
be-
we saw the leaf blower out earlier, too, because of all
Right,
the hay
yeah.
bales. It kind of pushes the hay onto the track, so you want that off the track.
That's-
yeah, but
it's very true,
right now it's
Colin.
kind of blowing to our backs up the hill, so potentially slow drivers down, maybe? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's making the finish line sign go kind of crazy, so for whatever that's worth.
So now we go over to the Challengers bracket again in the stock division, and it's Ryder Montgomery and Emma Hess. Ryder Montgomery won the first meeting. So it'd be, I believe, Montgomery on the left, Hess on the right now, as the two racers coming down the hill. So, two neck and neck, it looks like, coming down. The near side might be picking up some speed on that hill. At the finish line, it is Emma Hess taking the win, which means they split, and it will come down to time differential again, Nick.
The classic. Time differential. But that's the sign of two competitive racers when it comes down to the final time. I mean, I guess technically it always does, but if you win both, it's obviously
it's easier.
you're moving on. But yeah, good to see a split.
Mm-hmm. So waiting for them to calculate the differentials. Have to do some quick math potentially if it was very, very close. I don't know.
Still some discussions about this.
Still some
these
discussions
races.
about Jermaine.
Well, his race, yeah.
Yeah.
And a little bit of controversy.
Yeah. Bring some fun into it.
As long as it doesn't cause a super long delay, yeah. Because remember when we had the swimming controversy?
Yeah. Because it broke.
Well, no, we had that, and then we also had somebody went out of order or something.
Yeah, I just gave the phone to him. I'm like, here, I don't know who this is.
I didn't hear who moved on.
But I can give you his
I
number
didn't either.
so you can get contact.
So maybe Dylan could find out for us.
Yeah. Or if
Or
one of us
somebody.
want to walk
Yeah.
over. I think Dylan's.
I could do that.
Yeah. And we'll see if maybe we're taking the intermission now as well if you want to check. Wow. Nick checks that. Looking at the top of the hill as best as we can. Kona Ice is here. They still have to set up, though, so they're not open yet for those that wanted some Kona Ice that are tuned in. So, Emma Hess advances. Ryder Montgomery is eliminated in the stock division. Is that what I heard, Nick?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Did you hear if we're taking the intermission?
I didn't ask about that.
Okay, that's fine. But Emma Hess advances against Galen Chrisman later in the challengers bracket of stock, and it sounds like we're just going right through in the super stock division.
I was gonna say, it looked like they were setting up those cars. So
did I hear? I think I heard it was Benny Chrisman and Hank the Tank.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
What's that? Oh, that was
whatever you heard was not correct. Or whatever you thought you heard.
Okay. So who was it?
Kaylee, I think. Or Kylie Hoop, maybe. Honestly, I can't tell what they said.
Huh?
But you might have heard it
I guess
right,
we will wait for the surprise at the finish line.
We got a pink car, it looks like.
Lane 2 won by .131. Was that Kylie Hoop and Haley Pleasance?
It was.
So Kylie Hoop wins the second one again, but was it by enough?
Doesn't sound like it would be.
Haley Pleasance continues to advance, even though she took her first loss in a race.
Hey,
doesn't matter, right?
You'll take it.
You keep advancing.
Get the overall
exactly,
win.
Yep.
I mean, really, if you look at it, it's 2 heats. The overall race, she won.
Yes.
How about that? So she hasn't lost a race today. Because if you lose a race, you go home. Well, you don't go home if you lose.
So Hoop goes over to the challengers bracket.
Challengers bracket or
24 spot. And we'll wait for the winner between Hank Plunkert and Benny Chrisman. So now we have Jaden Shade and Caden Blair meeting for the second time. It was Blair that won the first time.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here in the second race. It was pretty close, though, I think, last time. So
yeah.
See how
does it give Blair an advantage that he's had to race more times since Shade had that bye? We talked
I asked
about
you
earlier.
about that earlier. I mean, it's the classic rust versus rest.
Yeah.
In some ways. I would say at this point, probably not any advantage.
Which is what I said earlier. Or no? I don't know.
I don't remember.
But it's neck and neck at the finish line.
Yeah, it looked like near side one to me, which would have been...
Which would be Blair.
Blair, yeah.
To stay undefeated. And I think you're correct.
Yeah,
which means we'll have the two Titans clashing of Caden Blair and Haley Pleasance.
You know what happens when 2 Titans clash?
The thrill of the hill?
They go like 7-9, Tennessee Titans.
Oh. Okay.
Jeff
Wasn't
Fisher,
sure
Vince
you were
Young.
going there. Yeah. But
they ever clash?
I don't know.
Probably.
So.
But when 2 Titans, like the Titans in terms of like
Jaden Shade, I'll let you get to
Greek
your point if
mythology.
you really want to. I mean, I don't know what you're saying right now.
in terms
so.
of like what is it, Greek mythology that has it? No, what is the Titans? Yeah, I guess they do. Yeah, Greek. I don't know. Probably
One
a lot
of
of
mythology,
damage.
either Greek or Roman.
Yeah, I think the
Or
Titans
both.
were put away by not Hercules, but Zeus. I think he put the Titans away. If I'm remembering the movie Hercules correctly.
You got the
In
Teen
movie,
Titans.
Yeah, you do got the Teen Titans. Completely different things.
Yeah.
But
These
you
could be
know,
Teen
Hades like brings the Titans out.
Yeah.
Or if like Lightning Thief, Percy Jackson
That's
books,
true. Yep,
same kind
yep.
of thing. The Titans are involved in that, so it would be Greek mythology.
So Jaden Shade goes over to the challengers bracket. We'll wait for the winner between Balin Rodriguez and Bailey Olack. Trying to see, are we on intermission now, potentially?
You know, Colin,
we didn't get an announcement.
I don't
That's why
think we are. Because I think they're setting up the card.
I'm okay with just going. Let them race.
I don't know. I don't make these decisions.
It's true.
I'm just here
Neither of us
to
do.
enjoy the thrill of the hill.
Enjoy the thrill of the hill. Enjoy the weather. Get some Kona ice.
Maybe.
I don't know what
not.
flavors they have.
I'm never much of an ice kind of guy. But yeah, they're getting set up, I'm pretty sure.
I think you're correct. I'm trying to glance at our camera angle that we have at the top of the hill in downtown Martinsburg.
But what would be your favorite ice flavor?
Well, since I don't know what flavors they have, I don't really know. I mean,
yeah, that's true.
Like,
but just in general, like,
is it more of your traditional like fruit flavors, like a
like a
strawberry, a
grape.
lemon, a grape, or do they have like the
blue Hawaiian,
coconut, blue Hawaiian, cotton candy type
yeah,
deal?
maybe probably a good bit of both. I would
Yeah,
guess.
I don't know.
That would, if I was running an ice company, that's what I would do. Have a good bit of everything.
Yeah.
But
blue raspberry is a pretty good color.
yeah,
Flavor.
It's not a bad option.
Yeah.
I mean, it all kind of does
Orange.
taste similar, I feel like.
Whoa. Now you're starting some controversy today.
I don't think there is a bad flavor. How about
No,
that?
I'll agree to that. I don't think there's a bad flavor. There's just some that you like more than others.
Yeah. Everybody has their preferences,
Yeah.
Colin. And we gotta be accepting of those preferences.
I agree. For Kona Ice.
Yes.
Yes.
Or pizza. They have pizza coming too.
They do
Not
have
for
Domino's.
us,
Not for
unfortunately.
us. No, Mike will be bringing us food, I believe.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. But I think we're on intermission. So
I really don't know, honestly, because it looked like
Dylan, if you can you see if we're on intermission to see
it
if we
looks
should
like
take
we
a break
might be, actually. Now that I'm looking at it again, but
instead of just
talking about nothing.
Yeah.
When we're talking about things that are important to the people.
Okay, so it looks like maybe down here they were thinking we're on intermission, but they're going to double check with the top of the hill, I guess. So.
You want to go over that bracket where we're at right now?
Yeah, we can do that again. Look at the stock bracket. You got Jermaine Rodriguez and Adolin Staley still having to have phase 2 of their race. Rodriguez won the first meeting. It was Erlen Pritz beating Ryder Montgomery twice, so Erlen Pritz then moved on to go against Kaylee Martin. Pritz defeated Martin both times to advance in stock. And it sounds like we're getting ready to go, so I guess I don't really need to go into this because they're ready to go, and it is that first one that I just mentioned in the stock division. It's the second race between Jermaine Rodriguez and Adolin Staley.
This
So
has been the race.
this
of
has
the
been
decade.
the big race here today because the first time around, neither of them really hit their brakes and
nobody
kind of
hit the
hit
timer.
each other, and nobody hit the timer because they were worried about them hitting the brakes. So then the next time around, they both hit the brakes, but our guy Jermaine Rodriguez almost went across the line.
Right.
And
but he was
by
on the line, which is
centimeters,
legal.
he stays alive, so he wasn't disqualified. And here we go. Here they both come down the hill. We'll have to see if we get any controversy whatsoever this time around,
I'm
or
ready.
if we're good to go as Jermaine Rodriguez in this near lane. Perfect. The best one yet for both racers. I didn't even see, though, who won. Did you?
I think Jermaine took it.
So if Jermaine took it, that means he advances.
Yeah, they were trying to eliminate him. But he said, not so fast.
I believe I said that my prediction would be that he'd come out on top when we were talking about it at the station.
Yeah, he had a good run last year, from what I remember.
So Rodriguez advances. So Jermaine Rodriguez advances in the winners bracket. Will face Erlen Pritz later. You have Ariana Sheely Bentley Brown also in the winner's bracket. Adeline Staley goes to the challengers bracket now. That is number 5. So Adeline Staley will go against Courtney Martin. Where's that one? Oh, there was a bye in that one too. So Kaylee Martin advances there. It's tough when you have so many byes to have to remember about. So I was waiting to try to see who Martin was facing in the challengers bracket, but since there was the bye there, she actually advances to wait for the winner between Courtney Martin and Staley.
Yep.
In the stock division.
Looks like we're discussing something.
It sounds like something for the stock bracket. It was kind of cutting in and out. The walkie-talkie was strong at first, but now, kind of.
They were going over previous winners.
Ah. Got to make sure that the brackets are all accurate, which is what I was trying to do. So. Waiting to see who's next.
Yeah. I mean, I think part of that's probably having to do with who won and who didn't win.
Yeah, because they're wondering earlier, and I think we did the same, was that Emma Hess and Shealy split, but we couldn't remember for time differential when it was announced or not who moved on, but it was Shealy that moved on, and Hess went over to the challengers bracket.
Yeah, sounds right to me.
Yeah.
But
at least that's what I have on my paper.
Yeah, unless you're wrong, which I would say you're not, Colin.
I've done my best. And so have you. So has everybody here today. And that's all we can ask for.
You've really turned your tide here today.
I know. I was grumpy earlier. I was kind of tired, but I'm awake now.
That's good.
Yeah. How about you? You awake? I know you wanted a nap earlier.
I'm getting there.
You can nap later.
Yeah. You ever do that thing when you set your alarm and then you wake up and you're like, why did I set an alarm? And then you're like, oh yeah, I had to do this today.
Well, I just wake up always before my alarm.
Even like at 5 a.m.?
Yeah. Even at 5 a.m. I woke up like 3 minutes before.
Wow. Did you panic when you woke up? Because
No.
I've done that before. Like, woke up early and then been like, what time is it? And then I'm like, oh wait, it's...
Yeah, I'm
it's
like,
got,
oh, did I
5
sleep
minutes.
through my alarm because I didn't wake up to the alarm, but it was ahead.
I was having like a good dream too when I woke up this morning. But I'm happy to be here.
I don't know how many people want to know about your dreams.
Nah, it's kind of a weird dream, honestly. I was like in the WWE.
No, I mean dreams, but I don't know. I don't know what to say.
The Rock was in it. It was interesting. I don't know why.
Well, I'm trying to make sure now that the papers don't blow away for you too, and
I told Dylan
let's
about
take
it.
at least a 2-minute break here and hope that no action comes back, but we'll step aside for a 2-minute break. You're tuned into the Norwalk Soapbox Derby on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Hi, I'm Ron Springer, head golf professional at The Woods. If you're a golfer who loves fun and competition, get your friends together and enter one of the many fundraising tournaments held at The Woods. You and your group may qualify to play in the area's premier golf event, the Tournament of Champions. The winning team will receive individual prizes as well as a cash prize for the organization they represent. For a list of qualifying tournaments, see ads in Around the Panhandle magazine and the Journal. For a list of rules and regulations, visit thewoods.com or contact me, Ron, at thewoods.com.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else and there's the ring. Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
Welcome you back here to the Norwalk Soapbox Derby. Nick Verzolini alongside me is now Dylan Bishop, as Colin's going to take a little bit of a break. So we're still waiting if they went to an intermission or if they are continuing.
Well, it seems like there's a split in the officials on whether we should take one. But I guess eventually they'll get it figured out. But if some racers come down the hill, then we know that they're not on an intermission.
That's a good sign there. If races are happening, then there's a race going on. But Dylan, how about you? How's your viewpoint been from the camera? You having a good time today?
It's been a good day so far. It's been I'm not going to say uneventful because obviously we've had people advancing and things like that. But in terms of it's been fairly smooth sailing.
There hasn't been as many issues as there was a year ago.
Yeah, smooth sailing so far. The track didn't have a bunch of rain from the night before.
The timers are working.
Yeah, that was a big issue last year.
So everything's going pretty well. And I think that is definitely a good thing. And Colin has returned to us, so that's good. Sounds like they're going to take a 5-minute break. Is that confirmed?
That's what it seems like is about to happen.
So let's go ahead and just take one, right? That sounds good to me. Sounds good to you. If we have to, we can come back. But let's take a 5-minute break, Spencer, and then when we return, we'll have more here of the Soapbox Derby. This is the Soapbox Derby on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
Locust Hill Golf Course invites you to historic Charlestown, West Virginia for 18 holes of phenomenal golf. We're just an hour drive from the Baltimore, D.C. Beltway, 1/2 hour from Winchester and Leesburg, Virginia, as well as Hagerstown and Frederick, Maryland. Each tee offers challenges across the 35 acres of lakes, ponds, and streams, which come into play on 11 holes. The Blue Ridge Mountains also provide a breathtaking backdrop to Locust Hill. Schedule your tee time today at www.locusthillgolfcourse.com or call 304-728-7300. That's 304-728-7300.
Not sure where to go or who to trust with your flooring project? And start with Trips Flooring, proudly serving the area for more than 25 years, specializing in floor sanding and refinishing, along with installation of new flooring, including hardwood, tile, vinyl, laminate, carpet, and the hottest trend in flooring, luxury vinyl, tile, and luxury vinyl plank. Are you on a budget? Check out their warehouse, cash and carry, or call 304-229-7009, or visit them online at tripsfloorsanding.com.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value Brand.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit kbb.com for more information.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
On the Sports Mix, you'll hear the latest in local sports.
Spring Mills, Hedgesville, Martinsburg went 2-2. Martinsburg might be looking like the favorites right now because the most recent meetings against Spring Mills and Hedgesville, they were the victors in. But you never know. Any given night, these teams can win.
Tune into the Sports Mix with Spencer, Nick, and Colin. Weekdays from 12 to 1 on Talk Radio, WRNR, FM 106.5, AM 740, TV 10, and streaming live on the TV 10 Facebook page.
At Carter Myers Automotive, what we do today will tomorrow become what we've done. That's why Owners Just Do More no longer defines us. Our work is never done because what we live by doesn't have a finish line. We care. Our company of owners is moving lives forward every day by finding more ways to care before, during, and after your purchase. Because when you're happy, so are we. Carter Myers Automotive. Proud to be the owners who just care more.
Providing reliable protection since 1877, we are Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Companies. From small beginnings and over a century later, we maintain our dedication to our policyholders to provide dependable insurance protection and excellent customer service. Protecting everything from your home to your business has never been easier. Our team is here to ensure that you, your family, and your assets are taken care of. We enjoy giving back and doing our part to keep Martinsburg a great place to be.
When you've been in a wreck, you're hurting, you're confused, the insurance company's calling you.
Insurance companies are not your friend. They have a duty to their shareholders, not to you. That's why you need to call us to make sure that you are maximizing what you are entitled to.
We've recovered over $100 million for our clients. Every case is different, no result is guaranteed. But one thing's for sure, we'll treat you like family.
Daily. So I think they're going to bring him back right away, it sounded like, Dylan, and have him run phase 2 quickly here to try to...
That's what it sounds like.
Finish out the challengers bracket here in the stock division. Nick Verzolini alongside me, Dylan Bishop. Colin McLaughlin's moved to camera. Spencer Dupuy back in the studio. It's Dylan, a lot of good races going on throughout the day. And pretty close one there, but Martin was able to take it. We'll see if she's able to take the second one against Staley. And that would advance her to take on Kaylee Martin, it looks like. Yeah, yes. So I would presume some sort of relation there. So we got the Martins, the Hesses, the Rodriguez's.
It's a big family affair here today.
The Chrismans, I believe. So.
Right. Yeah. It looks like runs in the family for a lot of these competitors here today.
Yeah, and I think that's good to see. We've already seen the kind of the bonds between the non-related racers, and see if we get a battle of the Martins. We got the battle of the Hesses to lead things off today. And maybe we'll see the Martins go at it.
It looks like, I mean, Courtney Martin won the first of those 2 heats. So she'd have to lose by a wider margin than she just won by. So we'll see if that's what happens. Of course, they're going to, as we mentioned, just get them right back up to the top of the hill so they can run them again.
Yeah. So that's a little strange, I guess. I just figure.
Yeah, I suppose that there's some that they don't want to run before others.
Right.
There might be some racers that have already gone off and taken a break, and they just want to get back around.
Whoa. My bad.
It's a little windy out here today.
It is. But in the super stock division, we're down to Blair, Pleasance, and then we're waiting on who will face Shade and who will face Hoop. So we're almost to the quarterfinals already over there, Dylan. And in the, I guess it would be the semifinals, I should say.
Yeah, we're moving at a pretty solid pace.
But of course, we'll have the third place matchup and everything like that. So we're almost at the semis. We're in the quarters right now. And then here in the stock division, we're getting into the quarterfinals. So there should be some good stuff here. Currently, they're reading over some of those biographies that Colin and I tried to hit on throughout their first few attempts. But you learn some interesting things about these kids.
Right, yeah. They all got pretty interesting stories, interesting facts about this. It's always also kind of fun to see what kids choose to tell you about themselves, because there's always a lot of things that they could say.
It's true. Some say more than others, and some say just some interesting stuff. It's always funny to read what they have to say, if they have to say something funny, of course, but usually they do keep it pretty light.
I've heard that kids say the darndest things.
That is what they say about.
That's what they say.
Who is they, though?
You know, they.
People, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, seems like it. People asking us some questions, and instead of me, I just figured I'd answer, because there's not really much else to talk about right now, Phil. But we're waiting for them to get this stock car back up the hill, or these stock cars back up the hill.
I mean, let me tell you, you couldn't get much of a better day for this.
That's true, yeah. And that's a positive, because last year it was not a great day when it came to the weather. And we became like the Q&A session now. You answer one question, Dylan.
Yeah, it never lets up.
Another new racer this year with Abby Hopkins.
You know,
she's a 10th grader at Hedgesville Middle School, and she's running.
I got the question earlier from somebody, when does this end? And I said, it ends when it ends.
It does end when it ends. How about this for today, Nick? Air quality index, 71.
Is that good or bad?
It's listed as moderate according to my
so average.
My weather app. So yeah, nothing out of the ordinary, I suppose. It's we've gotten the smoke to clear out for the most part compared to what we had on Thursday and other parts of the week.
Yeah.
Of course, the charity golf event had to be on Thursday, the day when the air quality was that where it's like, you know, maybe stay inside if you can help it.
Well,
but hey, you can't help what day the charity golf event is.
It's true. We didn't know that the air was not going to be up to par. See what I did there?
It was more of a double bogey that day.
Yeah, which was pretty much our golf game. If the max score wasn't a bogey, it would have been more of a double bogey. But we did it, and I don't think we had any long-term effects from the air quality, hopefully.
It should be all right.
I've lived through worse.
We all have.
Yeah.
But hey, it looks like we're starting to get back to the top of the hill.
That's good.
From the looks of things.
It's a little tough to tell from our angle, so I'm trying to get off the camera, which can be kind of hard to see as well. But yeah, they are getting started, so this should be Martin and Staley going at it again.
Yep, switching lanes. Staley in lane 1, Martin in lane 2.
Right, so that's advantage Martin, and she already won the first one, so things are looking good for her, at least based on how they started.
Right, yeah, but she comes across the finish line first this time, then there won't be any calculation to do. She'll be the one advancing.
Yeah, and then we'll get the Martin Bowl.
That's right.
Which is really what the people paid to see, right?
Of course.
Siblings going at it.
Sibling rivalry.
But of course, you're just rooting for the best race possible.
That's right.
Haven't came down the hill yet, I don't believe, or maybe they're starting to come down now.
Yeah, they're here. They come.
Like. So. Looks to be early advantage to Martin. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think Martin. Yeah, Martin. But at the last second, it was definitely made close by Staley, so we'll see here. Yeah, it looks like Staley took it in the last second there.
But will it be enough?
By about .106, I think I heard, so just barely.
Winner of phase 2 in lane 1, Adeline Staley by .016.
Yep, .016.
Yep, but Martin
Not
still
enough.
advances, so she'll take on
Not quite enough.
Kaylee Martin, and the Martin battle will go on. Good job, though, by Staley to make it close and take the second one.
Yep. Hey, at least you won the race down the hill.
Yeah, and she
That's
won
what
in the
yeah.
well, it's supposed to be the slower lane, so that's interesting. So I don't know if at this point in the day, maybe, because they mentioned it was early in the day when the other lane was supposedly better. Maybe at this point in the day, it isn't. I don't know. I don't really know what would change that, but nonetheless, Martin advances, and we get ready for the next one, Dylan.
You know, there could be a difference in the wind.
Right, yeah.
You know, if the wind's blowing one way, it makes one lane better than the other. That's about the only explanation I can know of, other than, you know, if there were weather conditions out on the...
I presumed it was because of how the road was.
Right, that's what you would think for the most part is, you know, the road's not going to be exactly even on both sides. Because it's just hard to naturally get a road to be that way. But then there's other conditions that come into play to make one lane potentially faster than the other. But yeah, with that...
I believe this will be
So we got
Jermaine Rodriguez going at it? Or, I know, we're on the super stock.
I think it's Balin Rodriguez.
Balin Rodriguez. Yeah,
Yep.
I thought I heard Rodriguez, but I didn't know which one. And
Yep,
it makes
so
sense that we would go back to super stock since they're still waiting.
Right.
Shade's awaiting her opponent, and Hoop is awaiting hers as well. So,
Yep.
Rodriguez versus Olack.
So it's, I believe, the first,
Yep,
as they
first
said,
one they got so far.
phase 1. This will be their first time down the hill against each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, here they go. They're coming down.
All right. See who takes this one in this important first heat. Because, like I said, we're getting down to the semifinals here. And looks like a slight lead there in lane 2. And lane 2 comes across. It's going to be Olack. taking the first heat here.
.083, the margin of victory for that one. So that's close.
Yeah.
0.08, 800ths of a second.
Like we said, lane 2 tends to be the slightly faster lane, so Rodriguez has a chance to, even though lost round 1, you could come back and win round 2, and with it being so close in round 1, it's definitely doable here. So we'll see what happens there, and if we get to see Plunkett versus Krisman next, or if they go back to stock division. I'm sorry, back to super stock division. No, we're in the super stock, so if they go back to stock, we could see a change there, but should be.
Mistake. They're going back to stock.
So we're going to have Rodriguez again, but it will be Germain this time against Pritz for their first heat.
Yep, they're on the first leg of their 2. They're in the championship bracket still, and it's essentially the semifinals of the championship bracket.
Quarterfinals.
It's quarterfinals overall.
Right, yeah.
But if they are able to win this heat and one more, they'll be in the championship.
Right,
from the championship side of the bracket.
I understand what you're saying. But we're down to our final 8. Were you able to see who came across there first, Don?
It was real close.
I think it might have been Rodriguez, but...
.045 second margin of victory. And it's Jermaine Rodriguez.
Yep, so he takes the first one, and...
So even closer than the last one that we just had.
So it's definitely... The lanes are getting maybe a little bit more even now that we're a little bit later in the day.
Yep, it's becoming a little tougher. A little tougher to, as we get closer to the championship. So now we started to get the ball rolling a little bit more. Multiple coming one down after the other, like we were for most of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's been rolling pretty well so far, and good races, and the races are getting pretty close as we get later into the day and get into the final few racers.
Yeah, this event took a good long time last year for a whole lot of different reasons, out of a lot of people's control. But 10:30, and we're already approaching quarterfinals, semifinals.
All right, so we're back now to where I thought we were going to go. Hank Plunkett against Benny Krisman. Or no, it's Edwards, so we had that wrong. It should have been Edwards over Krisman.
All right. So the winner of this is going to move on to face Kylie Hoop.
Well, the winner of this race, not
winner
this
of
heat.
this heat. Yes. Not this single time down the hill. This is only their first phase of the tow.
But yes, whoever comes out here will take on Hoop. And they're on their way down the hill. Looks like it's pretty close.
Yep, looks...
Plunkett coming in on the near side. I think he might have crossed first.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, Dylan, we're definitely seeing that balance now between the two lanes, as that one was close, and the last few have been a lot closer than they were earlier in the day when it came to racing in whatever lane.
That one was a much more solid margin. .439 is the margin of victory.
But still relatively close. And
yeah, it's definitely not an insurmountable lead.
So we're back to stock.
So we're going back and forth between stock and
Ariana Shealy. And this is their first race. Bentley Brown split in her first round. Took 2 from Galen Chrisman. And then Shealy split in against Emma Hess to advance. And had a bye in the first round.
Yep, this will be the other side of the stock division's championship side of the bracket semifinal. Looks like there's been some cones that have blown over, but now that was a little bit of a hold up. Just had to make sure all the cones were back up. Like I said, the wind's picking up a little bit. It seems like it's moving more side to side.
Yeah.
Rather than up or down the hill. So it might make it a little harder to steer when they come down.
A little harder to keep your papers in front of you.
Right, that too.
But
yeah,
they're off. Looks like a slight lead in lane 2 right now, but pretty close overall.
Yeah, this should be a real close one. Oh, yeah.
And we got a crash. But didn't look like too bad.
Into the hay bales. Couldn't quite break all the way.
Yeah, it didn't sound like it was. Yeah, so maybe a piece fell off, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
So that's why you have the hay bales there.
Oh, she lost the brake pad.
Well, she tried to brake, but that was. So Shealy was able to win.
Yeah, she won the phase, though.
Lost her brake pad, so hopefully they're able to get that back on, and she can come out for the second heat. So it looks like it's going to be.
We're going back to
Olack and Rodriguez round 2, and the winner of this will take on Jaden Sharp. Olack winning the first heat.
Shade.
Or yes, Shade. Sorry.
And then we'll pretty much have semifinals set in the super stock division pretty soon.
We'll be one spot away from filling them up.
Yep.
So, exciting stuff here, Dylan.
Yep, once we get...
That's why they call it the thrill of the hill.
It's a real thrill. Once we get this one going down the hill, we'll have either Bailey Olack or Bayrod.
Bayrod?
Balin Rodriguez.
Yeah.
In the semis.
The J-Rod.
J-Rod and Bayrod. And then we'll just await Hank the Tank versus Kenzie Edwards Part 2.
Here comes Olack and Rodriguez down the hill, and it's, again, close. It was really close in Heat 1, and I think Rodriguez took that one.
I think you're right. It'll just be...
So will it be enough?
By how much? Because the first one was very close, 0.08 of a second.
So we'll see here, Dylan, who ends up advancing here to take on Jaden Shade.
Oh, yeah. That's 1/100th of a second rather than 1/10. So he needed to make up 8/100ths of a second. Not very much to make up at all. And he won that literally by just a hair. 100th of a second. But it wasn't quite enough.
So Olack advances to take on Shade. And we're now 3/4 of our semifinals matchups are here, Dylan.
So we've gone back to stock division now.
Yeah.
13 spot. It's Kalen Chrisman.
Chrisman and Hess.
Yes.
So who takes this. This is their first race. Emma Hess. And both of them have siblings racing today. So there you go.
Yep.
Pretty close here early on in the race. And looks like it was Chrisman winning that one.
Yep, by pretty solid margin. 0.593.
But that was only heat 1, so.
Yep. That's a pretty solid margin to have going into the second race. Gives you a gives you a good bit of wiggle room.
It's very true. So, do we get to see the Martin Bowl next, or do we go back to the Super Stock?
Well, so far, pretty recently at least, it's been kind of.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back and forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
Locust Hill Golf Course invites you to historic Charlestown, West Virginia for 18 holes of phenomenal golf. We're just an hour drive from the Baltimore, D.C. Beltway, 1/2 hour from Winchester and Leesburg, Virginia, as well as Hagerstown and Frederick, Maryland. Each tee offers challenges across the 35 acres of lakes, ponds, and streams, which come into play on 11 holes. The Blue Ridge Mountains also provide a breathtaking backdrop to Locust Hill. Schedule your tee time today at www.locusthillgolfcourse.com or call 304-728-7300. That's 304-728-7300.
Not sure where to go or who to trust with your flooring project? And start with Trips Flooring, proudly serving the area for more than 25 years, specializing in floor sanding and refinishing, along with installation of new flooring, including hardwood, tile, vinyl, laminate, carpet, and the hottest trend in flooring, luxury vinyl, tile, and luxury vinyl plank. Are you on a budget? Check out their warehouse, cash and carry, or call 304-229-7009 or visit them online.
We welcome you back here to the Soapbox Derby. We apologize for those technical difficulties, but Courtney Martin taking the first one between her and Kaylee Martin. And now we are back to Super Stock, where I believe we have Hank Plunkert going up against Kaylee Edwards for the second time.
Mackenzie Edwards. Lost the first heat by just over 0.4 seconds. So she'll have to win this race down the hill by a solid bit.
It's close. I think, looked like Edwards won that one. But it was very close between her and
it sounds
Plunkert.
Like only 0.2 seconds ahead, which wouldn't quite be enough.
So Edwards takes phase 2, but Plunkert takes the overall race. And we'll take on now Hoop. So it's Tank versus Hoop. There it is.
So just like Bailyn Rodriguez, even though she's not advancing, Edwards does go to a runoff with Bailyn Rodriguez. The two of them to decide who gets 7th place and who gets 8th place.
Right. I missed that, Dylan, so that was a good job by you to keep us on top of that.
It's a lot to keep up with a double elimination bracket like this, especially when they want, runoffs to place everybody specifically. Because you could say, well, you didn't win, your day's done, but there's rankings here, there's standings that they want. You can't just have a tie. Say, well, you were 7th or 8th. No, they got to figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah, it keeps everybody getting another race, which is always good.
That's every kid's favorite part of the race, it sounds like, going down the hill.
So that was
Pritz and
Rodriguez.
Jermaine Rodriguez, and it looked like Pritz took that one.
I think Pritz took the race, or the heat, but we'll see who advances here between Rodriguez and Pritz.
It sounds like she won. Because that the first phase that they had with each other, Jermaine only won that one by 4/100ths of a second. So it was a lot. So she made up the difference, and she's moving on.
And again, winning here in lane 1 opposed to lane 2, which lane 2 had the advantage early. Maybe now lane 1 starting to get at least closer, if not having an advantage, as I almost lose my paper.
Yeah, with that, though, Jermaine's day definitely not done just yet.
Yeah, can't win it all, but can still place higher than 8th.
So on the stock side, that's his first loss of the day. So he just goes over to the challengers bracket. He will face the winner of Kaylin Chrisman and Emma Hess.
Yeah.
So with that, he didn't make it to the finals of the championship side of the bracket, but that does put him in the semifinals of the challengers bracket.
So he goes here on our bracket?
Yeah.
Okay. So not over yet, and that is good for Rodriguez. See who wins between Chrisman and Hess. Chrisman currently up 1-0. We may be taking a 5-minute break here soon.
Yeah, they said it'll take about 5 minutes to get the next race going.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a 4-minute break on our side, and when we return, we'll have more here from the Soapbox Derby. Stay tuned here on WRNR TV on YouTube.
This is Eric at Hancock Chevrolet. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hancock Chevrolet, it is that easy. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hancock Chevrolet will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time in a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Cumberland to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hancock Chevrolet absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HancockChevy.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want, and your new ride will be delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
On the Sports Mix, you'll hear debates and discussions on everything in sports.
They got Mixon the best running back right now in the league, it feels like, too, so I think it can stay competitive.
Best running back in the league?
What?
I mean,
Derrick Henry didn't die, did he?
He wasn't healthy.
Tune into the Sports Mix with Spencer, Nick, and Colin. Weekdays from 12 to 1 on Talk Radio, WRNR, FM 106.5, AM 740, TV 10, and streaming live on the TV 10 Facebook page.
A new WVU Heart and Vascular Institute is now open in Martinsburg, offering 10,000 square feet of clinic space with exam rooms, procedure rooms, diagnostic capabilities, and a dedicated patient entrance waiting area. At the WVU Heart and Vascular Institute, our board-certified physicians are performing groundbreaking procedures using cutting-edge techniques to provide world-class healthcare close to home. Visit the expanded WVU HVI Clinic on the Berkeley Medical Center campus, a department of Berkeley Medical Center.
Hello?
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
Have you been smoking? I can smell it. Hickory.
I'm gonna watch you smoke the whole pack. Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
Have you been smoking? I can smell it. Hickory.
I'm gonna watch you smoke the whole pack. Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
Radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer deaths in the United States each year. But do you know the radon levels in your home? Home is a place to live, love, and laugh, not a place to breathe air containing radon. The Berkeley and Morgan County Health Departments are distributing free confidential radon.
We welcome you back here to downtown Martinsburg. It's going to be Olack here in the Super Stock against Shade. Jaden Shade versus Bailey Olack. And looks like Shade has the early edge over in lane 2. Olack, though, making it closer as they come down the hill, and that was pretty close, though.
Got it.
I think Olack took it, though, yeah. So, it puts her up here in the first heat.
By about half a second, sounds like.
Which is a significant margin, I'd say. So, and we'll take the first one by half a second. Plunkert and Hoop are the other two on the challenger side. We're headed back to the stock side. Did you happen to hear? Was that Chrisman and Hess
yep,
again?
Chrisman and Hess. Chrisman won the first phase by almost 0.6 seconds. So it'll be a pretty big margin for Hess to try to make up.
Hess will be on the near side lane here in lane 1, and then Chrisman in lane 2.
So the winner of this will go on.
Take on J-Rod.
Yeah.
Jermaine Rodriguez, who fell to Pritz after winning Heat 1 against her. But just continues still into the challengers bracket. And they are on their way down the hill. Pretty neck and neck right now. It's going to be close. Looks like
I think Emma
Hess took that one.
Yep.
I believe by about half a car length. So will that be enough, Dylan?
So it was 0.543, and I believe the margin to make that was 0.593.
Wow. So that was a close race overall.
So I think by 5/100ths of a second, Chrisman will advance. Yep.
So do we go to runoff then for Hess?
Yes. Hess will go to the 7-8 runoff. And we'll decide the other half of that runoff with this race. It's the Martin Bowl.
Martin Bowl round 2.
I believe
Courtney won the first one. Kaylee looking to tie things up. Sibling rivalry, Dylan.
Yep, and it's...
Dylan, do you have any siblings?
I have a younger brother.
I feel like I actually did know that.
8-year difference.
There you go. So not probably too much of a rivalry then, with you guys being 8 years apart.
Yeah, we wouldn't have ever been in any sort of
competition.
No. Now there's a pretty big range of ages in this stock division, or I guess it would be the super stock that has the wider age range, but not quite that far apart.
As we go down the hill, things are close, but it looks like Kaylee Martin took that one, I believe.
Took it.
And she likes cows still, in case you couldn't tell.
Yeah. .243. I don't think that. I believe it was a .29 margin to make up. We'll see. We'll await the final ruling. Let's see. Yep, it is Courtney Martin that keeps going.
Well, that means that Martin still going. Both of them still get to race in the 7-8 runoff.
Yep. So, yes, Kaylee Martin and Emma Hess.
Taking on Emma Hess. And now we go back to Sheely versus Bentley Brown over on the winner's side.
So, yeah, Sheely and Brown.
So things are definitely heating up here, Don. I mean, this is why we come to the Thrill of the Hill.
That's right. So for this one with Sheely and Brown, whoever advances will take on Pritz in the semifinals of the entire stock division. It'll be the final of the championship side of it.
Yes. So essentially, this is a quarterfinal matchup overall.
But whoever doesn't advance out of this race, we'll see them against Courtney Martin.
There you go. Early on, or coming down the hill, it's looking like lane 2 and Bentley, or lane 1, excuse me, and Bentley, I think, took that one.
He did, and I think that's enough to overcome the .156 margin that he had. It's 0.5, yeah, 0.5. He got that one. So that's going to be Bentley Brown moving on.
So Brown versus Pritz in the championship side of the stock division. And that means that Sheely, again, like you said, Dylan, still kind of advances, even though you go into the challenger side of the bracket, you still are alive and can make the championship. As it will be Sheely taking on Martin.
Yep, going into that, Sheely or Brown had secured themselves a top 6 finish. Because even if, whoever doesn't advance out of Martin versus Sheely goes to the 5 versus 6 runoff.
So we're down to the final 4 competing for the championship in the stock division.
Yep.
And, of course, we have 6 overall.
Yep. Erilyn Pritz, Bentley Brown, Kaylin Chrisman, Jermaine Rodriguez, Courtney Martin, Ariana Sheely. All that's left for the top 6 decide the championship.
All right. So it's just that we're down to the final 6.
Yes.
I don't know why I said 4, but you figured it out for me, Dylan. Anyway, we are back to Superstock. Plunkett against Hoop.
Yep. Back over to Challenger's side.
Yep.
Superstock.
This is their first heat, so.
Yep.
Time to come out and establish a nice lead.
Right. We can't quite say yet that they are competing for the chance to face off with Bailey Olack, but Olack did have a pretty wide margin victory in the first phase of the heat against Jade and Shade. But nothing that can't be made up.
I mean, anything's possible.
Right.
Somebody loses a tire. I mean, you don't hope for any of that, but I mean, you never know what could happen, right?
Right.
And you could end up winning.
That's part of the thrill of the hill.
That, Dylan, you knew where I was going, and that's why we bring you on. As the thrill is currently occurring. Good race here between Plunkett
Yeah, it looks
and
pretty
Hoop.
close. I think Hoop's... No, never
Plunkett's going to come in and take that, I think, at the last moment. As Hoop, I think, did have a little bit of a lead at one point, but Plunkett did come in.
Yep.
I believe got it there at the last moment. It's a good race there, but Hank the Tank will take the first heat. We'll see who wins heat 2, and, of course, see what the overall score is. 0.338, so relatively manageable. Not the closest we've seen, but certainly not the biggest difference we've seen either. So
No, it can definitely be made up.
let's see if Hoop can bounce back. So Olack and Shade going to go at it again.
And here we go, and this is phase 2. So we'll get an advancement after this one.
That we will, Dylan. That we will.
Like you said, these two have, though, secured themselves top 6 finishes. It'll just be...
Of course, the winner gets to go to Akron for the national tournament. So that should be exciting stuff. And Olack, her car won last year, so she's racing in the car that won, and she's looking to go for what would be her first time. So that's cool to see. We'll see how it plays out, though.
They're coming down. It
Early
looks
on,
like
Olack looks good.
She's looking pretty good so far on this run.
And I believe Olack took it over Shade, so she will advance to take either on Plunkett or Hoop. As Shade is done with that race, but not done overall.
Yep, so Shade will either finish 5th or 6th.
She will go to the 5-6 runoff, as Dylan mentioned, and play either or race against either Hoop or Plunkett. So Rodriguez and Edwards going at it. The winner of this is, well, I guess they're going to probably race twice still. So the winner of this race
I assume they'll go
the
twice.
7th place finisher, and the loser will be 8th place. Ugh.
Now racing for 7th, phase 1. In lane 1, we have Kenzie Edwards. In lane 2, Bailey Rodriguez.
And they're coming down.
Yeah, and it looks like Edwards has a slight lead, I believe. It's very close. That was one of the closer ones we've seen today.
I think Balin took that one.
Yeah, I think Rodriguez came in there and took it, but it was pretty close. Edwards kind of crapping at her back, so I hope everything is okay there. She had kind of a rough stop, it looked like.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that those things are too comfortable to sit in.
No, I can't. I think you probably have to lean it, sit it in a certain way so that you go as fast as possible. That's why you're always seeing them kind of lean forward.
So, winner of that phase 1, in lane 1, Bailey Rodriguez.
So Rodriguez did take it by almost 0.3 seconds. So back to the stop.
A new WVU Heart and Vascular Institute is now open in Martinsburg, offering 10,000 square feet of clinic space with exam rooms, procedure rooms, diagnostic capabilities, and a dedicated patient entrance waiting area. At the WVU Heart and Vascular Institute, our board-certified physicians are performing groundbreaking procedures using cutting-edge techniques to provide world-class healthcare close to home. Visit the expanded WVU HVI Clinic on the Berkeley Medical Center campus, a department of Berkeley Medical Center.
Hello?
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
Have you been smoking? I can smell it. Hickory. I'm gonna watch you smoke the whole pack.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
Have you been smoking? I can smell it. Hickory. I'm gonna watch you smoke the whole pack.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
Radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer deaths in the United States each year. But do you know the radon levels in your home? Home is a place to live, love, and laugh, not a place to breathe air containing radon. The Berkeley and Morgan County Health Departments are distributing free confidential radon test kits, and you can get yours at the Berkeley County Health Department office in Martinsburg and the Morgan County Health Department office in Berkeley Springs. Protect your home and family. Get your free radon test kit today.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
Join us this summer for the thrill of American Legion Baseball on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. The Berkeley Post 14 Hornets are the premier team in the area, and you don't want to miss 1 second of the action. The next pitch to Baden Hartman is cracked out to deep left field. That ball is going, gone! A 3-run homer! The Hornets begin their season on June 3rd. We'll have coverage all the way through the area tournament, July 18th through the 22nd at P.O. Faulkner Park.
On the Sports Mix, you'll hear the latest in local sports.
Spring Mills, Hedgesville, Martinsburg went to.
Join us this summer for the thrill of American. We welcome you back again. We apologize for these technical difficulties. Could be due to the equipment maybe overheating. I don't know, but we do have it underneath the tent in the shade, so we're trying our best here, folks. We do apologize, though, for that. Did you happen to hear who won that one, Dylan?
That was Courtney Martinham by .652.
That's what I had thought, but wanted to make sure. So, Martin takes it in the first phase between her and Shealy. That's the only race that happened, I believe, when we were off the air. So
yes, there was no. They were setting up for that race as we had our technical difficulties.
So that was good. You didn't
came
miss
back as they were coming down the hill.
Anything too exciting besides, of course, the end of the race, or at least you didn't miss too much, I should say.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure Dylan and I would have talked about something exciting while they were doing that.
Of course.
When do we not? But things are getting closer to the end here.
Yeah, we've
still got a little bit to go, but we're getting there.
Yep, on the stock side, we've gotten down to the final 6, and the challenger side have already run the first phase for both of them on their side. As of right now, they're going for the 7 versus 8 runoff on the stock side.
Okay, between Hess and Martin.
Yep.
I believe lane 1 will be Martin and lane 2 will be Hess.
Yes, not quite. We're not quite sure yet if they do 2 phases.
They will. Yeah.
They do.
Yeah, they mentioned phase 1 earlier.
Okay. Good to know.
Which, as we said, makes sense because they say there's a slight difference between the 2 lanes.
Yes. Right. Of course.
And I believe Hess took that one. I'm sorry, Martin took that one.
I think it was very close, but
yeah, I said the wrong racer, but I knew what I meant. I said who I had, or how I had it written down was Hess on top and Martin on the bottom. So even though I knew the top person had won, I said the wrong name because of that. So Martin taking that one, I believe. We'll see by how much and if Hess can make it up. So relatively close there, about .034.
Yeah.
But it was Martin the winner. And we go to Hoop versus Plunkett.
This will,
Challengers bracket.
This will get us down to the final 4 for the Super Stock.
Yes. We'll still have the 5, 6, and 7/8 to be decided.
Yep.
But in terms of who's competing for that trip to Akron, still we would be in the final 4, like you said, Dylan.
Yes.
But Plunkett won the first. We'll see if Plunkett advances to take on Olack or if Hoop can make up for it. Hoop was doing a good job early in this of winning the second one and winning the overall race.
Yep, Hoop was able to get past Abby Hopkins and Bailey Rodriguez before falling to Haley Pleasance on the championship side of things.
It's a close race here, but Plunkett coming in late. We'll see. Oh, man. I think Hoop might have took that.
I think she did, but I'm not sure if it's going to end up being by a wide enough margin.
Yeah, it was another close one. I'm not certain who will win overall.
She needed to make
here.
up .338.
Yeah, I don't know if she did that, but definitely a good race between those two, so we'll see who ends up advancing and take on Olack.
Winner of phase 2 in lane 1, Kylie Hoop by .325.
Ooh, 325.
And Kylie will move to the 5th place race.
So just barely. What was the number she needed again?
338.
Well,
so 13 100ths of a second.
Moving on to take on Olack. Hoop will take on Shade for 5th place. And we're down to the final 4 in Super Stock. It is Caden Blair, Haley Pleasance, Olack, Bailey Olack, and Plunkett, Hank Plunkett. So that's our final 4 competing for the championship. As we had.
So we're going back to stock for Chrisman versus J-Rod, Jermaine Rodriguez.
Okay. I wasn't sure if that was going to be our second one between Rodriguez and Edwards for the 8th place or 7th, 8th place, or if we would get J-Rod versus Chrisman, but we are going to get J-Rod versus Chrisman with the winner advancing and the loser heading to the 5-6 runoff, Dylan.
Yep.
So a lot on the line here.
Right, yeah, this is your chance to secure yourself a top 4 finish rather than just a top 6 like you have already secured now. But this is going to be a big margin for Rodriguez to make up.
Yeah, that's true. And we'll see if he can.
And it looks like they're rolling at the top of the hill, so.
Don't you ever participate in one of these?
I have not. I've only ever really seen them in television and movies and of the sort, you know?
Yeah.
So it looks like Chrisman's ahead in the first part of this. And yeah, she's going to clear him.
Yep, so Chrisman advancing. Rodriguez to the 5-6 runoff. And that means Chrisman is the first of the challenger bracket participates to advance into this Final Four, with the winner of Martin versus Sheely will take on Chrisman. So
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Two. Martinsburg.
On the Sports Mix, you'll hear the latest in local sports.
Spring Mills, Hedgesville, Martinsburg went 2-2. Martinsburg might be looking like the favorites right now because the most recent meetings against Spring Mills and Hedgesville, they were the victors in. But you never know. Any given night, these teams can win.
Tune into the Sports Mix with Spencer, Nick, and Colin. Weekdays from 12 to 1 on Talk Radio, WRNR, FM 106.5, AM 740, TV 10, and streaming live on the TV 10 Facebook page.
do we need to restart the one in the studio? I'm just trying to figure out if it seems fine on our end. We apologize again for those technical difficulties. Rodriguez able to take it and now, well, lose the phase, but win the heat overall.
Yeah, very close.
Rodriguez gets 7th, Edwards gets 8th.
About
in
500.
Superstock.
Yeah, 500ths of a second. But yeah, 8th place in Superstock officially, Kenzie Edwards. 7th place, Balin Rodriguez. And now they're running back to
Martin and
Challengers.
Sheely?
Yeah, Challengers bracket, Sheely and Martin.
Now it's in phase 2 and 7.
So this one will decide who faces Kaylin Chrisman.
In lane 1, Kaylee Martin. In lane 2, MMS.
Yep. Picking up here, Dylan.
Yep, getting down to the nitty-gritty.
The true thrilling moments of the hill. Because somebody's going to get a Akron, which is pretty cool. And get to compete in the, I guess it's international, because talking with last year's winner, she had mentioned kids from different countries being there as well. So that's pretty cool. And definitely, an opportunity to meet some different people and just, experience something on an international level.
Absolutely, yeah. So they're coming. Here we go. So this is going to be a big margin for Sheely to have to win this one by.
It's looking like lane 2.
So I think Martin took that one.
I looked like Hess versus Martin, not Sheely.
Oh, you're right.
Even though I thought that's how they announced it too. Dylan.
I thought so. So that was the 7-8 runoff on the other side.
And the stock. So Martin takes 7th, Hess takes 8th. And now we'll have Martin versus Sheely with a chance to go to the Final Four.
Yeah, here we go.
So, apologize. Maybe we just heard Martin and we thought they were going Martin versus Sheely, but forgot we had 2 Martins.
Right.
In lane 1, Ariana Sheely. In lane 2, Courtney Martin.
So Martin took the first one. We'll see if Sheely can make up that deficit that you talked about, Dylan.
Yep, so now we'll see. Yeah, it was .652.
Martin's in lane 2, Sheely's in lane 1.
Yep, and they're starting to roll down the hill. Getting a little wide on the left side. This looks like a close one.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Sheely there.
Yep, that was Sheely.
So, will it be by enough, though?
.57. So, a pretty solid margin of victory, but not enough.
Winner of phase 2 in lane 1.
So, Sheely.
Courtney Martin continues to advance. Ariana will race for 5th.
So your 5-6 matchup is going to be Sheely and Jermaine Rodriguez.
But that was a good run by Sheely, even though she didn't come up with the win overall.
Yeah, it was just a tough one. That Courtney Martin had such a good run in the first that couldn't quite make it up.
Yeah. Still the sign, though, of overall competitive heat.
Yep.
So our Final Four in the stock, it will be Erlen Pritz, Bentley Brown taking on each other, and then Chrisman, which is Kaylin Chrisman, and that is the other Martin, which is Kayla Martin.
Courtney Martin is.
Courtney.
Yeah, Kayla Martin came in 7th. Courtney Martin is in the Final Four. But again, because this is double elimination, Pritz and Brown, whoever doesn't advance out of the 2 of them, will face the winner of Chrisman and Martin.
Yes.
So Pritz and Brown will have 2 shots at advancing out of the semifinals.
Yeah, so we'll see.
But then if you get to the championship, you have to win twice.
Right. Yeah. So it could go longer or shorter, depending on. It's very similar to high school baseball. If you
double elimination.
2 to win 1. And it all goes down right here in downtown Martinsburg at the thrill of the hill, Dylan.
That's right. 2023 edition.
Yep.
So we sit here at 11:23 a.m.
Soapbox Derby. This time last year is like 3 o'clock.
Honestly, yeah, I don't think we got to the semifinals of these tournaments until at least like 1:30, 2 o'clock.
So far things have ran a lot more smoothly this time around. They're checking something at the track, it looks like.
Yeah.
So, have a little bit of a delay. Don't know how long, though, but, yeah, no rain this time around, so that's definitely made things a lot better. And, of course, led to no real issues with the timer and no real issues with the braking for the most part so we haven't had anybody, hit a tree or anything like that. As we're back in lane 1 of Superstock, we are at Olack versus Plunkett in the Challengers bracket. And Dylan, same thing that you mentioned earlier. Of course, Blair and Pleasance, which you haven't raced in a while, which I don't know how much that affects things. But
I guess they've just been waiting.
Once you get late and they try to catch up in the Challengers bracket, it makes it so the winners have to wait a little bit, which may or may not affect you. You start.
The visibility changes out on the course as the day goes on, as the sun moves. So you see, if you're watching, you can see that the way that the racetrack looks has changed throughout the day.
And we've seen the lanes be a lot closer than they were earlier in the day too. So
and they come in and out of the shade.
One might not be as fast as the other, or one might be faster than it was earlier. And then also, just sitting around waiting, you might get a little tired. I mean, these are all kids, so you don't know how things are going to go down.
Apparently, the thing that they were checking on the track was that a wheel pin came off of one of the cars. So they were asking all the racers to check their cars.
Check your engines.
Right.
What if they motorized this sport?
This would be a lot different.
We'd see a lot more crashes. That was close, I think. Plunkett won it, though.
That was tough from because I think Olack had it, just looking at our camera at the finish line. Let's wait for the call.
Winner of phase 1 in lane 1 by .179.
Okay, you're right, Don. I must have looked at it after they already crossed the finish line. But relatively close, but Olack takes it. And we said, she's racing in the car that won last year.
Yep, Delaney Cedars, 3-time winner in one of her championship cars. And so far it's working out for her. She wasn't able to top Haley Pleasance, but she's worked her way through the Challengers bracket very well. She's gotten through Hopkins and Balin Rodriguez and Jaden Shade, and now she won the first phase against Hank Plunkett.
Yeah, I thought Olack had a shot to potentially win today with her being, 11th grader, 7th year of racing, and in that car, but Pleasance has already proven to beat her once, so we're looking at what should be a good final. I mean, Hank Plunkett had a nice run last year, and he's doing a good job again this year. Caden Blair and Haley Pleasance have done a nice job today, obviously, so this should be a good final, and Olack has the experience. She made it to the finals before, but has lost to the previous champ there, so.
Yep. So, Delaney Cedars, we saw during volleyball season on the Hedgesville volleyball team.
Yep.
And I believe, if memory serves me right, she was also named, at the very least, honorable mention to the All-State lacrosse team.
There you go.
Put that together with a 3-time Soapbox Derby championship, and that's quite the resume.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to see her going against me in anything.
No matter the sport, it sounds like. Any sort of game, or
she's a winner.
I bet she's great in Monopoly and everything, too. Don't even want to. Don't.
I mean,
don't let me see Delaney Cedars in a game of Scrabble. I'll be embarrassed.
Imagine winning so much, Dylan, that they don't let you race anymore.
I actually think that's one of the more interesting rules that they have. You become so good that you're just like, nah, you're done.
Because she's only in 10th grade.
Right.
So it's like...
It just kept moving her up, and she just kept winning. It's like, there's enough. Imagine if you had that rule in other sports.
Yeah.
Like
wrestling or something.
Or tennis.
Yeah,
or even
an individual sport more so than a team.
Right. Even a team, if we're a team sport, imagine if,
after lead the team in average every year, and you have to...
sorry, Michael Jordan. You guys won 3 in a row.
Well, it did work out that way.
Well, that is kind of what happened, isn't it? He just came back eventually.
Yeah.
And then he did it again.
He let Hakeem.
And then he left again.
Yeah, and then he came back.
And then he went back to the Wizards.
He didn't do it again. Yeah.
That's probably because he was on the Wizards. But
yeah, and he was like 40 years old.
Yeah, he still put up like 20 a game, for the Wizards.
That's true, but LeBron put up more, right?
It's true.
Not for the Wizards yet.
I think we're finally getting back to the super stock, like you just mentioned, that they haven't raced in a while. Caden Blair and Pleasance.
There they go.
Yep.
That's the thing. I mean, when you're in the winners, they got to catch up the contenders. So.
Yep. So this is one of our first big ones. This is the finals of the championship side of the bracket.
Yep.
So whoever wins this heat will be in the finals, and they will have to be beaten twice to not win the championship.
Yeah. So you're in the driver's seat, if you will.
That's the only seat you can be in these cars. I don't know. I don't want to see what trying to fit two people in those cars would look like.
Bobsled. It almost looks like a bobsled kind of.
It is kind of built. Yeah, when I was thinking earlier about how they have to lean forward in the cars, it is kind of like a bobsled. Next up, we should have the street luge.
What is that?
Oh, yeah, the luge is the one where you lay down on your back.
Ah.
On the ice. Yeah.
Street luge. So you want a street version of that?
That wouldn't go well at all. I actually don't want that. I don't understand. I don't understand luge. Like, how can you just do that? You're going down a hill in that way. There's like no protection. You're basically just on a little sled.
Yeah.
You have to turn yourself.
I don't know. How do you even
Seems dangerous.
Control that very well. I'm sure there's something to it.
Right.
But anyway, back to where we are with this race. It's looking like lane 2.
That's a close one.
But coming in late was Blair to make it, like you said, pretty close. I thought Pleasance had it, though, initially.
Winner of phase 1 in lane 1.
Let's see.
Yeah, there you go.
Blair.
.022.
Yeah,
Ooh,
very close.
.022. Whew. Coming in in the number 62 me car. I'm going to assume we have him on top here. Is he the one that calls himself Ricky Bobby Jr.? Yes, he is.
There you go. Well, if he's Ricky Bobby Jr., then he better win, right?
Back to stock.
This is Eric at Hancock Chevrolet. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hancock Chevrolet, it is that easy. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hancock Chevrolet will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time in a car dealership playing the dumb back and forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Cumberland to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hancock Chevrolet absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HancockChevy.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want, and your new ride will be delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
On the Sports Mix, you'll hear debates and discussions on everything in sports.
They got Mixon the best running back right now in the league, it feels like, too, so I think it can stay competitive.
Best running back in the league?
What?
I mean,
Derrick Henry didn't die, did he?
He wasn't healthy.
Tune into the Sports Mix with Spencer, Nick, and Colin. Weekdays from 12 to 1 on Talk Radio, WRNR, FM 106.5, AM 740, TV 10, and streaming live on the TV 10 Facebook page.
A new WVU Heart and Vascular Institute is now open in Martinsburg, offering 10,000 square feet of clinic space with exam rooms, procedure rooms, diagnostic capabilities, and a dedicated patient entrance waiting area. At the WVU Heart and Vascular Institute, our board-certified physicians are performing groundbreaking procedures using cutting-edge techniques to provide world-class healthcare close to home. Visit the expanded WVU HVI Clinic on the Berkeley Medical Center campus, a department of Berkeley Medical Center.
We welcome you back here. Apologize again for the technical difficulties. I believe Olack took that one.
I'm not so sure.
Apologize. They're doing. I think I stabbed you with the pencil.
Nah, not too bad.
Fitz was able to win in the race we missed completely. And then backing back to the super stock.
So this will be, let's see.
It was Olack
see the
versus
call.
Plunkett.
In lane 1 by .111. Hank Plunkett, who takes 4th. Bailey.
I'm having all sorts of issues with my papers right now. But Plunkett was able to win the race, or the heat, or the phase, I should say. Olack winning overall. Plunkett takes 4th.
Yep.
Kaylin Chrisman in lane 2. Courtney Martin.
So we're moving on to Chrisman versus Martin. Oh, interesting. We just got a development for one of the runoffs over the radio. It sounds like Jaden Shade left without doing the 5 versus 6 runoff. So it sounds like she's going to get 6th place by default, and Kylie Hoop will get 5th.
Yeah, so then Hoop would get 5th, and Shade gets 6th. And then we already mentioned Plunkett took 4th.
Oh, that was a close one.
Yeah, I honestly not certain who won that, but that was between Courtney and Chrisman. It was their second run, and the winner trying to advance to the...
Let's see. We'll wait the call on the timing.
Winner of phase 1 in lane 1, Kaylin Chrisman with .084.
0.84. So that's very close.
Yeah. So that means, what, Martin advances then? Or is that their first run? That was their first run,
first.
Right? Yeah, sorry.
Now they're moving down to the 5-6 runoff.
Now racing for 5th in the stock division in lane 1, phase 1, Jermaine Rodriguez. Lane 2,
So now we actually have, in the super stock division, all the placements for 4th through 8th. It's Kenzie Edwards came in 8th, Bailyn Rodriguez 7th, Jaden Shade 6th, Kylie Hoop 5th, Hank Plunkett 4th.
Yep. So we'll see who takes this one between Rodriguez and Shealy in their first race for 5-6. First phase of the race.
Yep.
The winner of it, of course, takes 5th place overall.
Let's see if I can do the math on just exactly how many times down the hill we have left in this one, because it's not a whole lot.
Well, it depends on, too, if we see an upset.
It's true. The minimum versus maximum number. So we got 6. Believe we have 8 left in the stock division. At the end, it'll be 10 if in the championship we get an upset the first go round. So that tells you just how close to this, the conclusion of this, that we are.
Yeah, we're getting ready to crown our winners.
And on the super stock side, we're even closer, because Blair and Pleasance only need to go one more to the side, that side of the bracket. Olack has advanced. So it's actually only 5 to 7 more times down the hill on the stock side.
Very good. So, looks like, though, I believe that was...
I think Sheely
taking it?
barely took that one.
Yep. So Sheely takes that one. They still have another one, and it's pretty close, so we'll see if Rodriguez can come back. But overall, Sheely takes it.
In lane 2 by .007, Ariana Sheely.
So very close.
She pulled the old James Bond.
007.
Won by 007. Boy, that's thousandths of a second there.
Doesn't get much closer.
No.
But Dylan, you're out there with the James Bond reference, which was a good job by you. I give you credit for that.
Well, I'd be lying if I didn't hear Colin say it first while he was telling me the answer, giving me the time, because he didn't respond with a number. He just said 007. Well, he said 007. I was gonna say I thought maybe he said James Bond.
Yeah,
no.
but
that would have been clever.
That's what he was going for.
Yeah.
But we give Colin too much credit around here anyway, so.
I guess we do.
He's an award-winning broadcaster.
That's true. Newscaster.
Yeah, same thing.
Here we go. We got...
Is this Blair and Pleasance?
I believe so.
Round 2,
so
Blair
this one was
winning the first.
By .022. So, almost you can say whoever wins this one wins the heat. And...
we might have had the wrong race there.
Now let's see. I think you're right. We'll have to wait for the official call.
Winner of phase 2 in lane 1 by
.384. Bentley Brown.
Okay, so that was stock division.
Wow.
So Pritz
.005.
Is that who we have?
Now we're on the Pleasance and Brer. So Pritz is the first to advance to one of the championships.
Yep.
Which means Bentley Brown will go to the third place game over here.
Game?
You could call it that if you really wanted to. So Bentley Brown will take on either Kaylin Chrisman or Courtney Martin to the side, who faces Erilyn Pritz.
There you go.
And that'll be
here's Blair versus Pleasance. Blair winning the first one, I think.
Oh boy.
Caden Blair took the second as well, even though it was close.
.013 difference. So that won't be enough. It was .022.
I think Blair won it anyway.
Right.
So
even closer than their first one. But yeah, Blair is going to move on.
Winning phase 2 in lane 2, Caden Blair by .013.
But we get a rematch now. Pleasance and Olack will go at it.
Yeah.
As they went at it earlier, with Pleasance winning 2-0. So.
I assume that we'll get Chrisman and Martin next, because we've gotten the rest of the runs everywhere else.
Yeah, or Sheely and Rodriguez. They still need
That's
to go
true.
down.
You're right about that. They just had the 007 race.
So true, that wasn't too long ago. So
I would assume that
you're
Chrisman
right.
and Martin are closer to being at the top of the hill
Yeah, and then we'll probably see Rodriguez and Shealy after that.
Yeah. So we're very, very close.
Yeah, it's getting exciting, though.
Yeah.
I'm feeling the intensity as we get closer to two people, I guess, going to Akron. And we're getting into Martin versus Chrisman, like you said. And Chrisman took the first one.
Now racing phase 2 in the stock division. In lane 1, Courtney Martin. In lane 2.
So there was only a .084 second difference in this first race. So this is another one where there's a solid chance that whoever wins this head-to-head down the hill will take the heat.
Yeah, we'll see.
But we've seen closer margins, like we just saw in the previous race.
Yep. So, I mean, we'll just have to, watch this and see how it plays out. And, of course, hoping for another good race as they are headed down the hill.
And this looks like a big margin for Martin.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She takes it easily.
Oh, excuse me, that's for Chris. Got the two Martin cars mixed up.
I feel like I've been doing that a lot because one of them has the same color as Chrisman.
Yes,
but
so Crispin will move on there, which means Courtney Martin officially is 4th place.
There we go. So we still have yet to decide 5th, correct? Yes. J-Rod and Shealy are going for 5th, which we believe will probably be next. But Martin takes 4th, waiting for the 5th place in the stock division, but Kaylee Martin had 6th.
Another announcement for the fans.
I'm sorry, Kaylee Martin took 7th, Hess took 6th, or Hess took 8th.
And if you're around and you want Kona Ice, you only got about 15 more minutes to get it at the top of the hill.
Colin was talking big about it, but I guess he's not going to run up to the top of the hill and get us some. I don't really want any, but oh well, you're missing out if you're here and somehow listening to us as well.
Yeah, we could go for some Kona Ice or any food in general, really.
Yeah, we'll take anything, but we're not picky at this point.
No. Although Nikki did say that you're not a huge Burger King guy.
Right, I mean.
Right. That's,
if you're going to rank your
fast food
burgers,
Burger
King is not towards
they
my
really,
top of the list.
they call themselves Burger King, but they're pretty clearly like the jesters of the burgers,
jester.
if you ask me. Yeah.
Who do you think's the king?
That's a good question.
A fast food burger.
Because what are we
considering Five Guys?
I was going to ask the same question. Do we count Five Guys as fast food, or do we separate?
They don't have a drive-through.
Do we separate it fast casual? See, that's the same distinction that I like to make.
I know you made that distinction with me on the podcast when we were talking about our favorite fast food restaurants.
You remember it. Good. Yeah. So if we're talking, I think just fast food. I think Wendy's is pretty far up there.
Yeah.
Cookout's got a good burger.
That's true. Can't forget about Cookout. But they're not as common as we don't have a Cookout around here. We have one in Winchester, right?
It's in Winchester, which is close enough for me. I've made the trip.
I mean, hey.
But hey, we're getting the 5-6 runoff again.
That's true.
In the stock division.
And winner of this takes 5th.
Yep. Again, the difference was
pretty significant, right?
007.
I don't know. Sorry.
That was the James Bond finish.
Yes. How could I forget, Tom?
Yes.
There's been so many races that they all start to kind of run together after a while.
So you got to keep a golden eye on the sheet here that we have.
You ever play that game?
Back in the day.
Yeah, I think I played it too, but I didn't even realize that's what I was playing.
Nintendo 64, or would that have been Super Nintendo? I can't remember.
Was it GameCube?
I don't think, unless they remade it for GameCube. It was good enough that they could have.
64.
That sounds right. See, they haven't quite sent them off the starting blocks yet. But they've made the call. Say that's the next race that's up. They have the green light at the bottom of the hill, so they're just waiting for something at the top of the hill.
Yeah, just make sure everybody's ready to roll, I guess.
There they go. They're off the starting blocks now. Jermaine kind of got a wide. He went wide almost immediately out of the gate. See if that slows him down a little bit, because we heard, I think it was Olack or might have been Cedars, say that the more you steer, the slower you go.
I think that's Olack, but I could be wrong.
Let's see. It's Sheely.
Yeah. Looked like by a decent margin, but
yeah, so she won the first one. So that's going to be Ariana Sheely in 5th and Jermaine Rodriguez in 6th.
All right.
So now we have officially gotten to the top 3 in both divisions.
There we go.
So now we have Caden Blair.
We're getting down to the final here.
In Superstock, Caden Blair will be awaiting the winner of Olack and Pleasance.
Round 3 and 4.
Yep.
Because they already went out it earlier.
Yep.
And Pleasance 1 and 2. But lots changed in the day. So we'll see if Bailey Olack advances or if Pleasance will get a rematch with Blair, who won 2-0.
Yeah, and Bentley Brown will be looking for a rematch as he and Chrisman, the winner of that heat, will go on to face Erlen Pritz in the championship for the stock division. So now probably comes a part of the tournament where there's a little more downtime. It might not be now.
Right, because you gotta...
Because they're good right now. Olack and Pleasance are at the top of the hill. They're getting ready to race.
To the top of the hill.
But now you really only have 2 races you can do right now.
But hey, that's what we come here for, is the final few moments.
Right. Yep, so there's a little more downtime between races down the hill in this last part.
But overall, it's been a pretty smooth day here at the track.
8 minutes before noon, we're hitting the deciding races.
Yep. Trips to Akron, Ohio on the line, Dylan.
It's big.
Huge.
You know, LeBron James is from Akron.
That's true. He's just a kid from
So
Akron.
is Steph Curry. They were born at the same hospital, you know.
Yeah.
People don't talk about that enough. It's a joke. They talk about it all the time.
It's true, yeah. Steph, though, doesn't he claim like Charlotte is his hometown?
Yeah, he went to college there, and like I think his dad played for the Hornets. But anyway, they're coming down the hill.
Both of them are eliminated from the playoffs, unlike these two right here.
That's exactly right. And I think Olack edged that one out.
Yeah, it was close, though. I'm not certain.
Well, we'll wait it. Yep.
There you go. So first win for Olack on the day against Pleasance.
Yep.
Pleasance took, both of those races earlier in the day.
.145, so not huge, but not minuscule either. So that'll be an interesting second race. But again, now let's see if we'll have to see. I wonder if the travel brigade, the truck that brings these back up to the top of the hill, do they take their time just as much as they have been? They probably have to a certain extent, because you're putting those back on a trailer on the back. But now these are the only racers left.
Yeah. Yeah. Chrisman and Brown still have to go at it. And looks like they're ready.
Yep.
So,
Brown and Chrisman.
round one for them, and then, of course, hopefully, by then we'll see the other two at least being very close to the top of the hill, but not certain. But anyway, we got a race going on here momentarily between Chrisman and Brown. Their first phase of their heat.
Let's see.
They're picking up the no parking signs. I didn't know what those bags were for a second.
Yeah, I thought
fixing a cone, it looks like.
I thought that police officer just had a whole bunch of Chick-fil-A in his hand there for a second.
I thought he was delivering it to us, yeah.
I got really excited for about a split second. I was like, why is this Martinsburg police officer about to give us Chick-fil-A? But no, it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
That he's taking the covers off of the parking meters. But now our camera is sitting in an expired parking space. He can come back and give us a ticket if Colin doesn't move our camera.
Technically, it's parked in a no parking space.
That's true, it was. So
that's 2 tickets.
He really let us off the hook there.
Well, you know, what can I say? TV10. Well,
see, they've made the call that up at the top, Chrisman and Brown is next, although we do have a red light down here at the bottom of the hill. So
yeah, I think there's an issue with a cone at one point.
I think I did hear that, yeah.
It looks like it's been fixed, but
yeah.
I would then presume that you just got to check on everything else real quick, and then we'll get into it. Colin's getting some nice shade, it looks like.
Yeah, he's doing what I did while I was on the camera earlier, which is while there wasn't a race, back off away from the camera into the shaded part of the street.
Yeah.
Or the sidewalk right by the street.
That's been the nice thing about talking this whole time is I've been in the shade all day.
Yeah, you have.
And at this point, we're not going to change because, like,
at this point, yeah, we're pretty close to the end. We got a little bit of rotation in. But hey, now you got, like we said, the sun has moved its way across the sky, and now it's
a beautiful day.
Yeah, we get some tree shade now, and now we've got the racers coming down the hill.
There we go. What else could you ask for? Chick-fil-A?
I was going to say Chick-fil-A. We were on the same page.
We could go after if you want.
It's Saturday, not Sunday.
I haven't been to the Chick-fil-A since they reopened.
It's a nice little system. They've changed it to.
That's good. Maybe I'll check it out.
Let's see. Now, well, that's a close finish.
And they have the same colored car.
They do. I want to say Chrisman.
That's who I was thinking. Yeah.
Edge that one out. Yep. 0.172.
A win's a win, but that one very close.
I bet both of these third place races pretty close. You can call them third place. Whoever doesn't advance will be in third place.
It's a semifinal.
It is a semifinal.
Calling it a third place race makes it sound like it's not for anything.
That's true. And it is the winner advances to the championship.
Not that third place isn't an achievement, but you want to still be, advancing.
Right. These racers have already secured at least third place.
There you go.
We're looking for at least
second
place. Second place race. But then that sounds like
it's
first
a
place
semifinal.
Already decided.
It's a semifinal.
There you go. Yeah.
Winner goes to the championship. Mm-hmm. Loser takes third place, but still had a great day.
It's the Challengers. It's the Challengers Championship.
There
round.
you go. You're the winner of the Challengers.
The Challengers final. See if I wonder if it'll take them immediately up the hill, since.
I would think so. Yeah, presuming they can get back down.
Or if they wait for Olack and Pleasance to run again before they take all 4 cars up back up the hill.
I think they have more than one truck.
It'd be a good idea too.
I feel like there's a blue truck and a gray truck.
They do have 2 trucks, I believe.
which would lead me to believe that they'll take this one up the hill. Here we go. Pleasance, Olack for the 4th time today. They're going to race.
Yeah.
Olack winning for the first time in this semi-final.
Yep, Olack winning again.
But it was pretty close.
2-2 on the day, but it would be Olack winning the 2 that matter most.
Yeah, yeah. Or she could even lose and still win overall.
She could. That would be
pretty disappointing,
races, right? For Pleasance, 4 races down the hill, you win 3 of them, and you still don't advance past her.
But hey, that's the thrill of the hill. That's the luck of the draw, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just how the rules are.
It's the thrill of the draw. It's the luck of the hill. See, they're still waiting. Let's see. Do we have the green light down here? We do, at the bottom of the hill. And now there they go out of the starting blocks.
All right. We'll see who ends up coming up with this win here in the semifinals of the Super Stock Division. I think personally, Dylan Bishop, happy to have you with us. Kyle McLaughlin, our cameraman, back in the studio. Spencer Dupuy, as it's Bailey Olack versus Haley Pleasance. The winner heads to the Super Stock final.
And I think
very close, but I think Olack took that.
No, Pleasance.
Yeah, Pleasance
got it by a good bit, but I don't. Was it 145? I think it might have been.
You think it was?
We'll wait and see.
I thought I saw Olack cross first, but maybe.
I'm just going. Obviously, our camera.
Your camera's right on it, so that makes it a little bit easier to see than with my blind eye.
Yeah, technically, the timer is a little to the left of our camera. Right. So we get them right before. We're still awaiting the call.
Yeah, I mean, close race. Close race in the first one.
Very close.
We'll see who ends up ultimately being the winner. Will it be Olack or Pleasance?
Yep, like we said, it was a difference of 145 in their first phase. 0.231. Oh, Pleasance gets it done.
There you go. So Olack takes third. Pleasance advancing to take on Blair, and it's another rematch, Dylan.
Right.
So close.
So, and Blair and Pleasance, their first 2 races were very close.
It's true, even though Blair took both.
Like that first one was .022. That was the only difference.
It was still a pretty close heat.
Yep. So now
back to stock division.
Crispin and Brown. And I know that we're going to have to wait a second for that one because they did wait to load up Pleasance and Olack's cars before moving the truck.
Oh, there you go.
So there it goes up the hill.
So we got a little bit of time here, Dylan.
Yep.
Anything be your favorite moment so far?
You know, it's hard to
be decided whenever we have a winner, right?
Right. I mean, the way this has gone so far, it's just that those championship rounds are going to be the best moments of the day.
It's true.
Good job by Olack to, get knocked out very early. Second round of the championship bracket by Pleasance, and then work her way up to third place.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
Hard. She had to get through Hopkins, Balin Rodriguez, Jalen Shade, Hank Plunkert to get all the way up to third place when she could have had an early day, an early exit.
Yeah, and she was right there, too. I mean, you could have seen her advancing. But Pleasance overall had her number today, and definitely well deserving of this position. that she's in now. And we'll see Chrisman versus Brown here momentarily. And what should be a good race. How much does Brown need to make up again, Dylan?
.172 was the margin of victory in the first phase.
It's doable, like we just saw in the last one.
Yep.
So
it would take a similar difference from what we just saw.
You have 2 to win 1 if you're both Prince and Blair.
Yep. Now I can see on our camera that the truck is pulling up to the top of the hill.
Very good. So should be just a few more moments here.
Yep.
And our idea was not the route that they elected to go.
No, but they do have 2 trucks, as we can see. There's one at the top of the hill and one at the bottom. So
we did confirm.
Now we see them both at the same time. It's not a situation
of
where
us going crazy.
Yeah, it's not a situation where I could say, I've never seen Nick Verzolini and Batman in the same room.
Right, yeah.
So how do I know that you're not Batman, Nick?
Maybe I am.
How do I know?
Martinsburg could use Batman.
It's the hero the city needs.
But not the one it deserves.
However that line goes, yeah.
Yeah, that is how it goes, I think.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Now I'm going to go rewatch The Dark Knight.
It's a great movie.
True.
Fantastic. One of the best. Truly one of them. Christopher Nolan. You can't beat him.
Yeah, he doesn't miss.
He doesn't. Oppenheimer coming out next month.
You excited?
I am. Comes out the same weekend as the Barbie movie, Nick. You gonna make that double feature?
No. I do not care about the Barbie movie.
Oh, I don't care about the Barbie movie?
Besides Margot Robbie.
Why do I know that, Colin? Because it's actually been it's
a big thing on Twitter, Colin. Get with it.
Yeah.
Uncultured. But I mean, Margot Robbie's in the Barbie movie, so
yeah,
maybe it would be worth seeing.
Directed by Greta Gerwig.
Yeah, there you go.
Noah Baumbach. Power couple of Hollywood.
Ryan Gosling's in it.
Yeah. That's a power couple on screen. And they're not dating each other, Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling, that I know of.
Yeah, you don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
You know nothing, Dylan Bishop.
They should put Jon Snow in the Barbie movie.
Yeah, why not? He's in Marvel now.
No, I don't mean Kit Harington. I mean, literally Jon Snow, the character from Game of Thrones.
The character?
Yeah.
But not played by Kit Harington?
I mean, it can be. But
it'd be kind of funnier if it wasn't.
Jon Snow played by someone completely different, but also Kit Harington's in the movie, playing someone else.
Is he in the movie? Is he in the Barbie movie?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Be interesting if he was.
Yeah.
Maybe I'd go see it then. Are you gonna go see it? Or are you gonna do the double feature?
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
Depends on the reviews. If I hear the Barbie movie is Oscar award winner, I may have to go see it.
Yeah, I don't see how the Barbie movie could be an Oscar award winner, but what do I know?
Yeah, you don't know.
I don't know anything about the Oscars, necessarily.
The Academy Awards.
Oh. We filled some time there.
Yeah, Bentley Brown and Chrisman back at the top of the hill.
There we go.
Getting ready to go.
Yeah. They've been up there.
Yeah, that's true. The cars have been up there. They just need to get them ready.
Carts.
Go-karts.
Yeah. I guess it's cars is the technical term.
Yep. Soapbox derbies. That's not what they're. They're
soapboxes.
Yeah. So you don't need to get up on a soapbox to tell me that, Nick. All right. Chrisman and Brown.
Yeah, here we go. Winner heads to the championship.
Yeah, again, .172 difference.
So it could really be anybody's race, and of course, if you don't win, you get third place, which is still, quite the achievement.
Right.
And they're off.
They've been making their way. This one looks close throughout the first half of the hill.
Yeah, very close.
Yeah. And Bentley Brown took that one.
Yeah, looked like it.
Will it be by enough?
Yeah, was it enough?
I'm thinking it was.
Winner of phase 2 in lane 1, Bentley Brown by .285.
.28.
Which means Bentley will advance into the championship.
So it's 2 rematches.
Yeah. So, no upsets in the semifinals, but we'll jump right back into the Super Stock championship, I should say.
Yep, they're rolling right into
Blair and Pleasance.
Yep. So this is where we get into, you got 2 to win 1 for Cade and Blair.
Right, but overall you still have to win both of these because it still heats.
Two heats.
Yeah, win both heats, or both phases, I should say.
It's 2 phases to win 1 heat, and Caden Blair's got 2 heats to win 1 heat.
Right.
To be the champion. Everybody got that?
Yeah, I got it. I've followed along pretty well, I think, since.
Hopefully.
You've helped me out a few times, though, Dylan. You're the experienced guy here at this tournament. You handled the majority of that 8 hours of last year's.
I guess that is how that ended up shaking out.
Like, we started off with Colin, and Colin only went like an hour, and then he was like, I'm done. This is too hard for me. And then in came you and Avery for like the rest of the show.
It's just what we do.
Jim Klein was there too, I think, helping out.
Yep, Jim Klein. We had him on the mic. I believe it started with Colin and Jim.
Yeah, I think so too. But you carried, from what I remember.
I did what I could.
And today it's been a balanced effort. Everybody's contributed.
Yeah.
I was just messing with Colin, but he wasn't even listening, so I have no idea how long Colin broadcasted last year. I know that you did probably the majority of it.
That's what it felt like, at least. But here we go. Blair and Pleasance. First run in the Super Stock Championship.
They're off.
It looks pretty even so far.
Yeah, real close.
I think Pleasance.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Pleasance came in there and had a little bit of a lead.
In the second half. .014 is the difference.
So, if that lane is still running faster, I mean, and it's that pretty close again, I think Blair can definitely make it up, but we'll see.
014.
That's barely anything to make up.
So, if Caden Blair can take the very next race
by
phase 2 of this heat, if he can get it by
5 or higher,
then he'll be the Super Stock champion. So he didn't win that phase, but at least kept it so close that he probably just needs to win the very next race down the hill.
Typically that's how it goes, yeah. But we'll eventually head back to the stock. I don't know if they're back on top of the hill yet or no.
I see the other truck up there at the very least.
So they're getting into position.
That'll be Erlen Pritz and Bentley Brown.
Yep, round 1 between them.
Yep.
Excuse me.
This one. Although it is a rematch of the
finals
of the
finals of semifinals.
The finals of the championship round, which was a semi-final matchup. There's a lot going on in these.
But then Brown still was raced in another semifinal, and they actually split. But Pritz took the overall time, so should be another close one, we would imagine. That's Dylan. We are getting down to the final races here. I mean, we only have a few more.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on who
we
wins.
could have as little as 3 more races down the hill. But we could have, I believe, as many as
5.
5, yes. Or 7. What do you think, Nick? What's our predictions?
For who's taking this thing?
Yeah.
Honestly, I think Pritz has been pretty consistent. But sometimes when you get tested like Bentley Brown was, having to go through the loser's bracket after having a great run for the majority of the day, maybe that momentum carries over into a championship, but I mean, it's hard to bet against Pritz.
It is. I think that's who has to be the favorite.
Especially with the edge of having 2 to win 1, and the races have been pretty close all day. You have that advantage, so you just need really just one good race, presuming it's close, because even if you lose 3 out of the 4, you could win the last one and still win the day.
That's right.
Here. So, I mean, really, when you're looking at it, you just need one good time.
It can be that simple.
So, and then on the other side, we got, Pleasance and Blair, with Pleasance leading this first one. I think with the margin not being that big, I think Blair's going to take it, but we'll see.
Yeah, they've been running very close in every race that they've done of the 3.
So,
they're going
there
back
we
to
go.
stock.
Brown is in lane 1.
First run.
I'm sorry, Brown is in lane 2. Pritz is in lane 1. So we'll see here, Dawn, who ends up taking this first phase between Brown and Pritz. Are you kind of agreeing with me who you thought would take it based on what we've seen so far?
I'm thinking Pritz for sure. Until she loses, it's hard to go against her. And then Blair on the other side. That's what I mean, it's Ricky Bobby Jr.
Yeah.
If you ain't first, you're last.
It's true.
Although in this case, if he's not first,
he's
actually second. Although that's what Ricky Bobby's dad says in the movie, isn't it?
Yeah, or Ricky Bobby
you can be
says
plenty of things. He says you can be second, you can be third, you can be fifth.
I've only seen like parts of that movie.
Oh, it's a good film. Here we go. It looks like Bentley's got the advantage. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that could be huge.
Yeah. So let's see what the time was. 173.
Still manageable, but you're going to need a similar or even better race to win it all if you're Pritz. Back to Superstock, where it was so close that we feel like Blair's going to take it, maybe, but I think Pleasance could win again and have it not matter. It's close enough that if Blair wins, you feel like they win overall.
Yes.
But who knows?
That's what you think. It's hard to get a lot closer than .01, although we did see actually half the margin of that with the 007 time that we had.
True. Do we have another 007 in us?
That would be really something.
It would be. A recasting of 007.
A real Daniel Craig.
Yeah.
Who should be the next James Bond? Nick? Because Daniel
Tom
Craig is
Holland, obviously.
Tom Holland? We're going to let him be Spider-Man and James Bond?
Kidding. Definitely should not be Tom Holland. Idris Elba is a popular pick.
It's a pretty good pick, too.
I like it.
I don't mind it at all.
We've solved a lot of the world's problems today, Dylan.
It's what we do every day. We just don't do it on the air, you know?
Who should be the next James Bond? Are we going to see Barbie? Colin and I
best fast food burger.
We never really. Oh, I guess we said Wendy's, right? Based on actual fast food.
I think so.
Colin and I were discussing which flavor of ice do you like the most?
Like yeah. I'm usually a cherry kind of guy.
Cherry, yeah. We were saying there's not like a bad flavor.
No, it's hard. I mean, it's just flavored sugar water pouring onto frozen water.
But I'm glad to get your take. I would say like blue Hawaiian.
It's a pretty good one.
Orange isn't bad.
Orange, I'm always a fan of orange flavored things.
But
all right, the super stock.
Yep, here we go. For all the marbles.
It's Pleasance in lane 1, Blair in lane 2. If Pleasance
wins, we
out,
go to another one.
Yep, we get a runoff. First place runoff.
You gotta love a runoff.
That's right.
It's like an extra inning baseball game.
Free racing.
Free. Well, I think all of this has been free for everybody.
Even more free racing.
Even more free.
Well, let's see.
Oh, it's close.
I think Caden might have the
Blair,
edge.
I think Blair took it. But did he win by enough?
I
would lean toward
so.
yes.
I think so.
Which would mean he's going to Akron, Ohio.
Oh, let's listen.
Kids are saying Pleasant's won overall.
I don't know. That was pretty close. .081, Caden Blair.
In the Super Stock division, first place goes to Caden Blair.
So he wins it.
081.
Just barely, though. It was pretty close.
Yeah, like we said.
We said we thought that Pleasance would have quite the challenge to win because Blair had been so close. But
I think Colin's going to see if Caden wants to do an interview.
Yeah, why not? Have him on for a quick interview while we wait for the second race if he wants to. And he's cool to join us, so that's cool with me. And we'll let him come on and speak to us once he gets his headset on.
There we go.
So we're here with Super Stock champ Caden Blair. And Caden, how long you been racing, and what were some keys to your win here today?
So I've been racing for 4 years, and really just stick to the cones and go in close to them on the start and then pull away from them at the end. That's just the way to do it.
All right, tell us a little bit of history about your racing, Caden. Is this your first win?
No. So 2 years ago I won stock, and
that's why you moved up to super stock.
Yeah, because I retired that now. And the first year I ever raced, I got 4th, then I won, and now last year I got 4th, and now I won again. So I'm in a pattern.
There you go. What does it mean to you to be the Super Stock champion and come through undefeated on the day?
It remind me of Ricky Bobby.
If you ain't first, you're last, right?
Yeah, the best there is, P Excellence, and the Harry winning machine, American Machine.
There you go. What's it going to be like to go back to Akron for the Soapbox Derby Championships?
Yeah, there I think I got top 18 in my Soapbox, and then I don't even know if I'll be able to make it again this year because I got some other stuff going on that weekend.
Well, congratulations on winning, and like Ricky Bobby, you were first today.
Yep.
And you knew what to do with your hands while you were over here.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, thank you, Kate.
Thank you for joining us.
If you ain't first, you last.
All right,
He was
good
first,
stuff from Caden Blair, our super stock champ, who may or may not be headed to Akron if he's able to go. But good stuff from him.
Yeah.
And
he lived up to being Ricky Bobby Jr.
That's true, yeah. I like the swagger.
Yeah. All right, well, now we got Fritz and Brown. This could be the last race of the day.
Yeah.
So Bentley Brown won the first race by .173.
Okay. So it could go either way here. I mean, we could see Pritz win, but maybe not win by enough, which would force another matchup since it's double elimination. Or we could see Pritz win it by enough in this second one and win overall.
Yep, this will be... We said if Pritz can win this one by .74 or more, then we'll head to a runoff. And at that point, it'll just be one heat, 2 races down the hill. Whoever does best out of that 2 is stock champion. But they're getting them set up. We've got the green light down at the bottom of the hill. So we'll see. If we get a Bentley Brown win, it's the last race of the day.
No. If we get a Pritz win, it's the last race of the day. If Brown wins, we go to another one.
You're right. Excuse me.
Well, it's somewhat confusing since you have the phases and then within the heats. But the overall heat winner would need to be Pritz.
Yes.
So.
And it looks like she's got a lead.
We'll see.
Let's see.
If it's enough of a lead or if she hold on there. As Bentley Brown did make it kind of close to the end.
She came across first. We'll have to wait for the time. 0.36, so no. She won.
But not by enough.
So
Bentley won.
So Bentley won, so we're going to a runoff.
There we go.
All right, so we get 2 more races down the hill.
There we go. So let's go ahead and take a 2-minute break. Give them some time to get the truck up, get the truck up the hill to get the stock cars up, and let's take a 2-minute break, and then when we come back, Dylan and I will get ready for the final race.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back and forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
My kids. You know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Join us this summer for the thrill of American Legion Baseball on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. The Berkeley Post 14 Hornets are the premier team in the area, and you don't want to miss 1 second of the action. The next pitch to Baden Hartman is cracked out to deep left field. That ball is going, gone! A 3-run homer! The Hornets begin their season on June 3rd. We'll have coverage all the way through the area tournament, July 18th through the 22nd at P.O. Faulkner Park. And our cameraman back in the studio, Spencer Dupuis. So, Dylan, we're headed to a runoff between Brown and Pritz after Brown takes both. So, coming back. We talked about how good Pritz has been all day, but Bentley Brown able to take both, and we'll get ready here for the runoff momentarily.
Yeah, so Brown, despite having to make the comeback to do it, has actually won 3 of the 4 races against Pritz today.
Yeah, pretty impressive day for Brown. As I don't know, can you see if the truck is back up there?
It is, I believe, because the other truck is down here at the bottom.
Very good.
See the truck at the top as well. So. And it looks like they are currently rolling up the cars.
I was going to say they're rolling down the hill. But no, not rolling down the hill.
They're rolling them up to the starting blocks.
Right, yeah. I got you.
No one has gotten pizza yet. We were holding it for the award for after everything's done.
So we wait for this final championship. What are you looking forward to about it, Dylan? What are you looking forward to this runoff here?
Well, we'll have to see if, like I said, 3 out of the 4 races Bentley Brown's actually won against Pritz. So let's see if that continues. Because Pritz otherwise has
dominated.
Has made it through the entire thing. J-Rob was able to take a race off of her.
Okay.
But it was by only 0.04 seconds. Outside of that, I believe she took both against Martin. She took both against Ryder Montgomery in the first 2 rounds. So she had only lost 2 races overall, 2 phases, going into the championship round. And then Brown just beat her twice in a row. But here they come, though. First race of the runoff.
Yep. Down the hill they go, Dylan.
Let's see. I think Erilyn might have a small lead going into the first half.
Yeah,
and
she won
I think she just barely won it.
So
Pritz
takes the first of the runoff, and it all comes down to this final race.
Yep, one last one.
One last time down the hill.
Let's check the time.
So,
oof.
Give them some time here to get the stock or the cars back up the hill, and let's take another 2-minute break. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
As we get ready for the final race of the day, the winner wins the stock division. We'll take a 2-minute break. This is the Soapbox Derby on WRNR TV on YouTube.
A new WVU Heart and Vascular Institute is now open in Martinsburg, offering 10,000 square feet of clinic space with exam rooms, procedure rooms, diagnostic capabilities, and a dedicated patient entrance waiting area. At the WVU Heart and Vascular Institute, our board-certified physicians are performing groundbreaking procedures using cutting-edge techniques to provide world-class healthcare close to home. Visit the expanded WVU HVI Clinic on the Berkeley Medical Center campus, a department of Berkeley Medical Center.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else and there's the ring. Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
When you've been in a wreck, you're hurting, you're confused, the insurance company's calling you.
Insurance companies are not your friend. They have a duty to their shareholders, not to you. That's why you need to call us to make sure that you are maximizing what you are entitled to.
We've recovered over $100 million for our clients. Every case is different, no result is guaranteed. But one thing's for sure, we'll treat you like family.
Back here to the Soapbox Derby. Happy to have you with us, Nick Verzolini, alongside me, Dylan Bishop, Colin McLaughlin, our cameraman, back in the studio, Spencer Dupuis. As we head to the final race of the day, Pritz versus Brown for the championship in the stock division. As already got some finalists. Dylan, you want to go over the standings so far in the stock?
Let's go.
And the super stock, if you want to go there first.
Super stock. 8th place was Kenzie Edwards. 7th place, Balin Rodriguez. 6th place, Jalen Shade. 5th place, Kylie Hoop. 4th place, Hank Plunkert. 3rd place, Bailey Olack. 2nd place, Haley Pleasance. And 1st place in super stock was Caden Blair. And then in stock, we've decided 3rd through 8th. 8th place was Emma Hess. 7th place, Kylie Martin. 6th place, Jermaine Rodriguez. 5th place, Ariana Sheely. 4th place, Courtney Martin. And 3rd place was Kaylin Chrisman. And now we're currently just getting an announcement to see if who could volunteer to help clear out the hay bales at the bottom of the hill.
Right.
After this final race is over.
And on the side of the street as well.
It doesn't look like they've quite rolled them up to the starting blocks yet.
So
Dylan, the truck's up there.
It's been a good day of races, though. A lot of close ones, a lot of exciting finishes overall compared to last year. Haven't had any issues with anything else. Haven't had a whole lot of crashes. I think only like 2.
Yeah, well, and even those crashes were just into the hay bales at least.
Right. Nobody's hitting anything that's going to cause any harm to you.
Right. Last year we had a bit of a scare that someone had hit the one electric pole over here, but I believe they kind of just hit the side of the sidewalk in the hay bale and ended up being okay.
Yep, so all that's been good.
Yep. So all in all, pretty good day. I'd say.
I can't complain.
No. I'm sitting here at 12:37, one race to go, 78 degrees. Mostly sunny here.
Air quality's returned to average.
Right, 75. Not moderate. It's 6-mile-per-hour wind right now. No precipitation. Feels like 77. 37% humidity. Not as bad as it's been.
Thanks, Bob Kukin.
You got to, I was in there a couple days this week.
Yeah.
Learning the 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. shift.
It's true.
Along with our guy Rob Mario. But hey, they're in the starting blocks, and they're off.
There we go. So the winner of this race wins the wins the stock division.
Yep, there was only an 11 one-thousandths of a second difference in the first race. So there's a very good chance that whoever crosses the finish line first, right here, is the stock champion.
Division. Stock champ, yeah. So it looks pretty good so far.
And that's a real
I think it was
close
Bentley,
one.
But it was pretty close.
So the kids that were at the other side of the finish line are telling Erilyn Pritz that she won. But we'll have to wait.
But the kids were wrong last time.
It's true.
In lane 1, Erilyn Pritz.
They were right that time.
There you go.
That's for sure. So Brown takes second. Pritz takes first. Erilyn Pritz, on a great day, is your stock division champion.
That was a close one.
Yeah, great races all day, and that last one was very close. I thought Brown had it, but Pritz ends up winning it. I don't know if we'll be joined with her or not.
I think we might be.
Sounds like people are trying to get her our way, so
that's what it sounds like.
Whenever we are joined by her, we'll ask her about her races today and, of course, winning the stock division.
All right, here we go.
We'll now be joined by Erilyn Pritz,
our 2023 stock champion.
Yep. Congratulations, Erilyn, on winning the stock championship. As help you out here with your headset, but Erilyn, congrats on winning. What were some things that you think helped you win today? Avoiding the cones.
No, hugging the cones.
Hugging the
cones.
Even though I was like going crazy the whole time.
And
you, go ahead.
I was going to say, so in the stock division today, now, so this is your first win that you'll be able to get. So you're going to go to Akron for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
So how's that going to be for you? Are you excited to do that?
Yeah.
How long have you been racing?
3 years. This is my 3rd year.
There you go. So your first win coming in your 3rd year, and you had to go to the runoff too, so it was a pretty exciting day of racing. What's it like to, I guess, make it that far, and even when you went down in the first championship round, you were able to win the second? That's quite the achievement, so congratulations, Erilyn, and thank you for joining us, and good luck in Akron.
All right. It's our stock champion.
Thank you.
So that's Bentley Brown in 2nd place. Erilyn Pritz in 1st place.
Yeah, great day of racing overall. And Dylan, what are your final thoughts on this one, on the day, I guess?
Well, it was a good day, and it went by at a much more brisk pace than last year. I think around this time last year, it was probably 2:30, 3 o'clock, maybe even later. And so it was a lot smoother process, less reruns that had to be done. The timer worked very well this year. So, all in all, it was a good day.
Yeah. Well, that does it here for us. Back in the studio, Spencer Dupuis, Kyle McLaughlin, our cameraman and broadcaster today as well, Dylan Bishop. I'm Nick Verzolini saying so long here from downtown Martinsburg, and thank you for joining us. We hope you enjoyed the 2023 Soapbox Derby.
This has been this year's edition of the Norwalk Soapbox Derby. This year's Soapbox Derby is brought to you by Bucky's LTD Auto Body, the Hornby Media Group, the Berkeley County Youth Fair Association, B&S Hauling, Chick-fil-A, Domino's, DM Bowman Inc., Duncan's Custom Farming, First Energy Foundation, Main Street Martinsburg, the Norwalk Antique Car Club, Sheets, Sunset Water Services, Trophies Plus and Custom Apparel, and Virginia Riggers. Keep it tuned to TV 10 for live local events aired every day. All rights reserved.